Hey everybody, Invisiblekatana here. Sorry for the super long intro there. Since this is my first, I totally forgot I had that right there. Since this is my first time doing Kick, I apparently have to go through Kick. I can't do it through OBS to actually change the info. So I was trying to figure all that out because I hadn't done it before. Probably should have done that before starting the stream, but I didn't. And also there was a server error, so it took a minute for it to actually like go through. And I was being super weird. I can't even see the stream. There it is. Okay. So welcome to the stream or the video if you're watching this after the fact. Of course, as I was stating, welcome Kick. It's the first time I've ever done anything on Kick because Twitch has been weird as of late, and aside from the weird thing where they went, you know, around the world and put their foot in their own asshole as of late, for me personally, it was just the dual streaming thing. They made that where you couldn't do it. The whole point of me doing it is like, oh, if you're not an affiliate, you can dual stream. They took that away because they're doing a bunch of crazy stuff. So even the whole money thing, not that I wasn't making any, but I couldn't even dual stream without making, you know, while making no money. So here I am on Kick, as well as YouTube, of course. So if you're on Kick, you can hop over to YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you can hop over to Kick, wherever you prefer. But testing things out today. Also, this is the first time I've streamed in probably like a month or so. Life has just been really stupid. Also, ignore this very large DeLorean behind me. That came in last week. It is a 1/6 scale DeLorean from Back to the Future Part 2. I waited like a year and a half to get that. I haven't even taken the plastic like off the actual inside of the window yet, but I already love that thing. It's ridiculously huge. Like honestly, if I wait all the way over, you can see it's ridiculous. Like that, it's crazy. And nothing is on it yet, so it doesn't have any of the pieces or any of that. But very excited to have that. I've been waiting forever to get that thing. So it's been a minute since I've streamed. Also, the first game, it's a crazy one to come back to, but the first thing that we are doing today, well, the only thing that we're going to be doing today specifically is the Callisto protocol. It has some history. For anyone who's unfamiliar with the Callisto protocol, it was wild. We're just gonna hop right into it, but it was wild. Yes, we'll do that. That way I have all my stuff. So
Max has been on my case about these Europa runs.
Oh, interesting.
Times like this before. Don't know why he cares so much now.
Also got my fruit snaps.
Mayday, mayday, mayday! This is UJC Charon! Returning to Callisto! Hold on!
It would be nice if, there it is. Maybe it's because I was touching the controller. I don't know. I'm like, it would be nice if the X went away so we could just watch it.
I didn't do anything!
So we're getting a bit of a recap for the game, but for anyone who does not recall, I could have sworn I had subtitles on. Maybe I turned them off when I was playing. I'll turn the subtitles back on. For anyone who is not familiar with the Callisto protocol and the absolute insanity that came about from this game, everybody was hyped. Made by the people who did Dead Space. It was like, holy crap, it's gonna be amazing. I hope it's amazing. It wasn't super amazing. Very unfortunate. But I was like super hyped. I had faith. I had hope.
There's a pattern.
And I bought the real, it was like the $100 version with the DLC, the season pass. So I got the DLC for free in a sense. But
or at least it will be once the sync is complete.
Going through the game, I enjoyed it.
Terrorist attack.
Up to a point.
What do you got there?
It was good up until like the sub bosses came in. And then it was like, okay, this is annoying.
Come on.
The sub boss comes in 4 effing times in the span of like 2 hours. Doesn't show up at any point before the end of the game. Shows up like 4 times in the last 2 hours of the game. And it's super annoying. You have to shoot it because you can't melee it, which melee is a huge part of the whole game. Then an enemy suddenly comes in where you can only shoot it because it's a one-hit kill. I don't know if they've changed that. They've done a buttload of like quality of life stuff. So we'll see what happens as we actually go through the combat. But I know I played a bit. I played the riot mode, which is like their horde mode, which I said throughout my campaign, that is exactly what this game needed, is like a horde mode, because I actually like the action. If they went further with the action, I think it would be better, because it's not a horror, and it's not a scary game at all. It is an action game more than it's a horror game. And unfortunately, it was supposed to be a horror game, and I think that's why the action isn't that great. So it's a weird mixed bag. The game ends, crappy ending, and then we wait for the DLC.
Every choice in your life has led you here.
And now here we are.
To this moment, to this place.
Jacob.
Oh. Okay. I was gonna say.
Need your help.
And the big question is, do they end it? Okay. No.
Welcome.
I was like, do they actually do that, or do they like retcon the technical ending of the game? Delicious. Final transmission. Let's see if it's good. That's all we can do.
Jacob, can you hear me? Wake up, Jacob.
Okay, so I do have the DLC costume on, which is really cool.
It doesn't matter. Just get moving. My lab's
That's
up
very
ahead.
cool. I like it.
I'll explain there.
It's definitely in game, so I'm like, I don't know when I get to control. Here we go. Oh. Okay, I knew this was gonna be a part of it. Okay, no joke. It's a little hard to see because it's like orange. Oops. Super quick. Okay, so I played the riot mode.
Move, Jacob.
Okay, I didn't expect her to actually talk. This is not what the room looks like. Is this supposed to be the? Yeah, this isn't the same area. Oh, that's interesting. So, what is this? Okay, that's the heavy swing. All right,
Get moving.
rushing me. So, the riot mode DLC that came out, that was basically like a horde mode, uses this location. Maybe it doesn't use this exact room, but this. Oh my goodness, she's just gonna. Okay. Did I always do that? This should still work. It didn't. That's okay. Okay. So, is that another one? Okay. So the it has legit been a minute. Like, I played the DLC, but even that was like 2 weeks ago, and I already forgot like all the effing controls. But in the DLC, you go through what I assume is going to be a new location. So maybe it's not this like I thought it was. Although this hallway seems familiar. It's like things are a little bit shifted around because that area was like a lunchroom in the DLC. Wow, like I can't. Oh, wow, I don't know. The lighting is super weird in here. Yeah, that's weird. Like not being able to see at all, it's very odd. It's very odd. So the DLC. So the DLC is fun because the DLC is, you know, like I said, it's just horrible. Like I literally cannot see in this room. Like that's the hallway right there, and it is so hard to see because of like the weird fog that they have. That is weird. Wait, do they not have that in? No, it's trying. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Been a minute. Been a minute. Don't have to stomp anything in the DLC. I don't think I used the stomp one time in the DLC, now that I think about it. But the DLC is actually fun. It is a horde mode. Okay. No! I do like the new animations are pretty sick. I do like those. All right, give me a second. All right, R2 is light swing, R1's heavy swing, L1 is to run, which is still very weird. Circle is the crouched. Okay, so up goes to that, which is not what I want. Right, okay. That's how you do it. It's left. All right, I'm like, I could have sworn there was like a fast way to do it, which makes it weird that that's, you only get 2 weapons, so I don't understand why it's even like that. Yeah, because you only get the heavy weapon and the light weapon. You have to, because I'd have all the weapons. All right, super weird. No reason for it to even be that way. If you can switch, if you can do a quick swap, there's no reason to have a slow swap. You only have 2 weapons. So there you go. One of the random things about this game was like, just some of the random things they did. Also, I will say this: who knows, how things are going to play out as far as the amount of time they're going to die and all that good stuff. But I really hope that if I save the game, it actually saves where I'm at, because that was a huge problem I had. That actually scared me. There is a... You know what? Ooh. For a second, I thought he was about to stop that. I was like, that is some BS. There's nothing like... No, the thing... Okay, that's fine. There we go. It's gonna be weird getting used to the controls again.
What happened to Ferris? Why can't I remember how I got here?
I do like this DLC outfit though.
Dissociative amnesia. Your mind is protecting itself.
Fascinating.
Just hurry. I promise everything will become clear soon.
That is not how I thought they were gonna do that. Oh, okay. I have to figure out how to do...
The door to my lab is offline. You'll need to open it from there.
Also, I forgot, this ain't Dead Space. I can't pull items to me. I have to actually walk over it. Oh, okay. New weapon schematic off the top. I can at least appreciate that. What I need to figure out how to do is quite a few enemies to fight. I gotta figure out what the button is for the special fire, because I do not recall. Oh, okay. Yeah, they got the spikes on the wall. The decoder. If I remember correctly, well, actually, the decoder I'm not familiar with. Yeah. Oh, come on. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't remember that being the thing. Oh, okay. That was weird. I definitely don't remember them having a charge attack like that. Of course. At least one of them could have just jumped through the window, made it easy for me. I was gonna say, I will say the sound effect of someone just running up behind you though, not bad, not bad. Okay, 2 for the price of 1 on that one. Nope, missed. Oh, yeah, this still. Oh, and he killed me. Cool. Okay. All right. Well, here we go. the little bit of jank is already begun. Because that was definitely weird. Because I'm like, he's gonna transform, but I was hoping that I wouldn't have a moment where like we instantly saw like, oh yep, there it is. Like it's transforming. I hit it and kind of killed it, and it T-posed for like half a second, and I saw it. Let me see what this F button is. Not what I need. I can't. Obviously, it's not just R2. There's like a specialty button for everything that you can do, and I legit cannot remember what that bit is. Okay, so this is not what I thought it was. That explains it. All right. So I basically have a Magnum. This is not what to do. I have a Magnum and a shotgun. And I think even this has something. I'm fairly certain this has... Oh, I guess it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, let's analyze that. Huh, okay. I don't have it for this. I was thinking I had 2 shotguns on me, because I know they call it the skunk gun. Whoa, crap, that's what they call it. That one actually happened. About to die again if I don't get a hit off. Oh, I thought that guy was dead already. Dang. Dang. Okay. Off to a slightly rough start, not remembering the controls. Also, I didn't do my little...
He needs some milk!
Effects. That one is so loud. Classic Wilhelm. Okay, let's... Is down? Okay, down is to heal. All right. I gotta remember like everything. Okay, so he respawns, which is some major BS. I'll say this, they did not make them as easy as they are in the riot mode. Because I was wondering, I was like, in riot mode, it's really fun and easy. Like, you're just swinging away and taking them down. So, they are still quite difficult. They're not overly difficult. It's just, obviously, the fact that it's been so long since I played it makes me horrible at this. Put that over there. Oh, it's just you. I miss. Uh-oh. Cool. Oh, not cool. And I'm dead again. Quite rude, quite rude. Another quality of life. You can skip all the death scenes now. That was a big deal for people. Okay, that's cool. It actually kind of saves it in the middle, which is interesting. And they also don't even respawn. Oh. Oh. Oh, okay. That's very interesting. Well, that is... Huh. Still stomp? Nope. I could not still stomp. Okay, very interesting though. It technically saved here. So even though that guy killed me, it's still registered as, I guess, like half a checkpoint. Which is very interesting. I could have sworn I had a thing where I could break through their what? Oh, I could break through their arms if they sorry, what the heck just happened? Okay. Interesting. I'm starting to feel a bit of the frustration that most people felt, and like we just started, and it's like I don't remember the controls, so I think that's really where it's getting me. But also, I'm like hitting them, and they're swinging through the animations, which I don't remember that being an issue for me. Maybe it's because these enemies start off as like the tougher enemies in the game, so I would be surprised if that was a part of why that was the case. Excellent. I also don't recall him. Yeah, I'm like, I can't. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm starting to feel it already. That's so weird, man. The way they make it easier in the riot mode actually makes it more fun too. Because there's a bunch of enemies around you, but they're all easy to take down, so you're like mowing through them, and it actually feels really good. And this is like, I'm dealing with dudes swinging straight through like my power hits. Like, I can understand if it was like a regular, sort of. Okay, I must not have, clearly I don't have any ammo. Wow, I'm doing a horrible job, and we just started. Okay, that'll solve that problem. Because that also explains what happened the other time I died, where I thought the gun just didn't go off. I'm like, what the heck is going on? Like, what happened? I just didn't have any ammo in it. There we go. I'm doing this as if I know I have a buttload of ammo, but I really don't know. Like, I haven't played the main campaign in forever. I have like no actual concept at all of how much ammo I truly have. Okay, I'm pretty sure these go to, yeah, so that's, yeah. All right, I actually have a decent bit of it. I could have looked right here. Okay. Yeah, it's been a minute since I played this game. Which is weird. I swear, playing the DLC feels so different. And I think it's just the fact that the whole point is that it's like a riot mode, so you're kind of, you know, you're bum rushing the enemy, so to speak. Oh, they got the spooky voices. Gross, I like it.
What the hell happened here?
This better not have a thing in it. Okay. I'm like, if this has one of those, the little monsters in it, that was another thing where it was like, oh, it's like a jump scare that you don't know what's gonna happen, but it also actually takes your health away. Like, it's literally just, like, it was definitely an interesting thing because you couldn't possibly know which ones were gonna have like the little monsters in it, but they always take your health when What?
Waller, where are you?
They always take your health when you open them up, though. That is gross. We're gonna get a picture of that, so let's go ahead and put some music on. Oh my goodness. Even the photo mode for this is weird because R2 is never the button to share stuff. Also, what the heck? Like, can I not go higher than that? Since when is that a thing? I can't. Okay, that is... It must be the stairs. Something weird is happening with these stairs. Oh, never mind. I guess that's how it's always been. Okay, man. I don't even like the photo mode that much in this game. I guess there's never been anything I've ever had to take a picture of that was above his character model, and I never did that in the main campaign. So now it's like, oh, you literally can't like go, you can barely go above his head. Because this is not the picture I want. What I really want is to go up and actually have just a shot. That hurt. Yes, please. That is as high as we can go. That really sucks. I also remember that being a weird thing with the game where it was like, you can't do it little by little, or you have to do it little by little, because if you do it fast, you can't tell where it's at until you let go and then it registers. Also, that flame effect is 100% in focus no matter what. Very odd. I need to make that longer. I didn't realize how short that was. I actually don't hate that one because I like the green sort of color look to it. I mean, I can do this, but this really isn't what I want, and that's so unfortunate. Like, I really do just want like a good picture where it's the whole body, but just closer. I do that so much. I just can't get a zoom in shot of the face. It's just not possible. Because you just can't go high enough. That's about to be it. That's the best we can do. What's the... Okay. That just doesn't... Yeah. This doesn't really do the trick for me. I keep picking like the super peaceful songs when we're looking at like this really horrific image. That drives me insane. I literally can't just go like above this dude's head to get a picture. I wish every game was like Deathloop when they came to their photo mode. Like Deathloop, you can just zoom so far back, things just start clipping. Like, it's amazing. It's probably one of my favorite features. Oh my goodness, it's so hard to work around this because I literally can't go any higher than this, and that is the weirdest thing in the world to me. Zooming in just doesn't wanted to do. Oh my goodness, and I keep doing that. You know what? There's nothing. I'm not gonna do that. It's gonna drive me nuts. That is really unfortunate because that would be a great picture, but I can't get like a center focus shot on it. You just can't get high enough to really do it. Let's see. I'll do this. God, that's just a me problem because R2 is just not the share button unlike anything else. Like it's almost there. Like if I could do this and just go up, that would be exactly what I want. But I cannot go any higher. Just zooming right in on this dead dude's ripped up crotch. Like that's about as close as I can get to what I want, and I just don't really like the picture that much. Like it's just too far away. And then if I zoom in, it's too close. Oh my goodness. Okay. So bring it back. Okay. I don't think I can do it without zooming in because that's as far as they go. So I literally cannot get the picture I want. At least not from this angle. But I'm just gonna skip it now because it's just not worth it. That is so unfortunate.
Look for an active console. It must be reset to open the door.
Gross. Actually, see this I can get a shot of. Change it. Do that. Oh. Okay. It's slightly unfortunate, but we'll figure it out. That is really weird. It's weird having like all this stuff actually moving behind them. I kind of like the holograms and stuff being a part of the picture, but at the same time it's like a little weird. Like, I kind of like that, but it also feels, oh my goodness. Also feels like slightly plain. I think I'd also like it if the green wasn't there and I could actually see more of his face, if it wasn't like the weird spot like covering up the chin. I think that would actually be really good. Also, his eyes are super weird. Like they're reflecting like two different things. That's okay. It just feels too plain. Like if the words were in focus, I think I'd like that. But I have to be in like a weird position because it's not based on, excuse me, it's not just based on distance with these. Unless it is, which doesn't make sense because inmate is always in focus. So I don't know, that's really odd. So maybe that's super weird. Because why is inmate not affected by that, yet the numbers are affected? Like inmate is a part of the hologram and stuff where it's perfectly in focus. But for some odd reason, the numbers are affected by the distance, the focal distance. That's so weird. Okay, I can't tell. Why is it doing that? What is that? Why is there like a random shadow just moving? Okay. You know what? We're gonna count that as good. That one picture I got is just gonna have to be good enough. Because that is super weird. Things in tubes. Classic. I don't remember the lens flare being like this. I don't really remember there being lens flare at all. Inventory full, you say? Not what I meant to do. Contraband, that's for money. I'm gonna use that for money at least. Sell for Callisto credits. Okay, I got 3 things of health. I'll do that.
The nodes have destabilized. Align them to reset the system.
Oh, wow. Puzzles. Holy crap. Wow. That was like... That was a puzzle. Oh, that was technically speaking a puzzle. Wow. That's crazy. Well, I'm pretty sure that is literally the first puzzle that this game has shown me.
Jacob, you made it. We have to hurry. There's still a chance.
For what? None of this makes any sense.
It's just your mind playing tricks. You've been through a terrible trauma.
And what about you? There's no escape for me? What changed?
You did. I saw what you were willing to do. I regret what I've done, but we have to keep fighting. We have to finish this. Now listen, there's an escape ship waiting for us. Get to the loading bay and I'll meet you there.
Yeah, and then what? Why don't we just fly out of here?
With the most important cargo of all. I've downloaded all of my files to a series of drives. The first one's there. You'll find others along your way. You gave Danny a piece of the puzzle, but recover them all and we can expose Cole. Put a stop to his plans.
Yeah. Right, one last job. Fine, I'm in.
Now, if this ends where it's like
it held one of my experiments.
you get
It broke free
everything,
when systems failed. Avoid it if you can. Fight it if you must.
You're right.
so that's gonna
One
be the
last
new
job.
thing where it's like one of the security drones.
The data contained herein is my confession
That's a huge upgrade
of
too.
my involvement with what transpired at
You can pick
Black
up audio logs and they automatically
the
play now.
history of Callipolis and the madness of Duncan Cole. What happened here can never be allowed to spread. The consequences would be no less than apocalyptic.
I already have us. Maybe, okay. I thought that I got something new. No, I meant to do. So in Dead Space, triangle is how you get to the menu. Unless I'm mistaken, I think it's triangle. That's why I keep doing that. I keep stomping instead. Okay, so I think I have the tactical, because I know I had the skunk gun. I'm starting to remember some things, because you could switch between two regular weapons. You got one special weapon and two regular weapons, so I'm supposed to have... I can't pick this up. Confusing, quite confusing. When we get to a forge, I should be good. All the items should still be in there, so I shouldn't actually need the schematic. I don't know how you would ever come to this anyway without having
Keep moving down,
beaten
past
the
ship.
game.
The loading bay is just beyond.
I mean, you could. Technically, the DLC is set in the main menu, which I think most... Okay. Oh. Oh, look at that.
Elias? Huh?
Alright, okay. Toilet. Ew.
Wait, what?
Interesting. Okay. I kind of like that one. That was like, okay. Okay. Oh, hold up. Not gonna lie, I thought that was a one and done. Circle, there it is. I'm like, there's a stealth button that I can do. Fascinating.
What? You worried
It's
you're
your
helping a
fault.
murder escape?
Okay.
Well, you are, man.
Oh. So many dead. Alright, I'm not gonna lie. If this is how it's gonna play out, I might actually enjoy at least a little bit of this, because if they're gonna do hallucinations in this way, that's way better than the original campaign. Because in the original campaign, every single thing that was scary, oh, okay, no, that is permanently just,
What is this?
What the F?
Still seeing things.
Your
See-
mind is still recovering. Hallucinations are to
Oh, the
be
lights were never
expected.
even off.
Just keep moving. Keep fighting.
See, that I can appreciate. That is creepy, and also like, oh, that's an interesting story beat, because you go through, you think you did the hallucination, it's like, okay, now the colors have changed, because when it was red, it was like, oh, okay, it's still in the loop, and then we go and do it, and it's like, oh no, you're still hallucinating. That's good. Like, if they had stuff like that in the main campaign, that would have been great. Like, they have like literally one moment that I can think of. Actually, did I go backwards? I think I did, yeah. They had like one moment in the whole game, and it was when it was kind of just like this, where his name was being called like Jacob, and that was it. It was like that, and then all the other hallucinatory moments were basically just cutscene based. So it was like, okay, you know, it's creepy, but also all that's gonna happen is someone's gonna scream in my face, because that's all they effing did like the entire game. But if it's like this, it's like, okay, I can appreciate that. That's a little bit creepier, and it's definitely, you know, it's multi-layered. Oh, here we are. So it's
online.
Multi-layered, so it's like, okay, that is definitely cool. Okay, I was wrong. That makes no sense. That quite literally makes no sense at all. I had the skunk gun fully maxed out, so I'm super confused why I need the schematic to do it again when all this stuff is maxed out, or, you know, not maxed out, but, you know, a lot of this stuff is already. This is another thing they could have changed, where instead of you having to go down just to go over, just make it where if I hit left, I just jump over to the next thing, because that's what I'm trying to go to. Capacity, and also layout. Not what I meant to do there.
The choice is yours.
Retaliatory charge upon an attacker. Block break. I'm confused, because I swear I had all this. I even said in the beginning, I was like, I could have sworn I had a thing where it was like you break through the enemy's block. I thought I had that already.
User assumes
That's really
all
weird.
liability for use of this print.
And I know for a fact that I had the skunk gun, because it's the shotgun of the game, or it's, you know, the mini shotgun in a sense. So I know for a fact that I had that, because that I always go for the shotguns. So that makes no sense to me why that's happening that way. Which also means I do need to go back to actually get that schematic, because I might actually decide to switch to the shotgun. And now I can't. Amazing. I do not have the shotgun now.
UJC printing at your service.
I try not to be like mad about stuff, but some choices are just really weird. Because I'm like, I know I chose a new game plus. That's why it gave me all this stuff. That's why all of these are like up to the top. Although I could have sworn I literally maxed out my whole thing by the time I beat the game. So that's super weird. That's not like that. Also, I know for a fact that I had all the weapons. I may not have upgraded everything, but I know I already had the pistol. I already had the shotgun. That makes no sense. Because the other thing missing is the so I have like the shotgun. The other weapon was like a special assault rifle. I had all those weapons. So I don't get why they make it this way, where it's like you're continuing New Game Plus. It has all my upgrades, but it only has the exact weapons that I had on me. That's the only thing I can possibly think of, because it makes no sense otherwise as to how I end up not having all of my stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure I had this too, because I think this is the first weapon you get, so I'm pretty sure I had that maxed out. If I could at least look at the thing, I could tell you if I had the stuff for the skunk gun. But wow, I'm quite certain I had this stuff maxed out. Like, I know for a fact I had some of this. This makes no sense. This is a very weird decision. Like, they 100% took stuff away. Or it's like, oh, you can buy ammo for 2 guns, and it's the ones I have equipped. But I'm like, I beat the game. I chose a New Game Plus save to continue. The whole point was like, do you want to pick this save so you carry all of your stuff over? Yet it took my stuff away. That is stupid. That makes no sense. That's infuriating. Like, that I can complain about right off the top. That's just a design thing. Why is it that I'm choosing a New Game Plus thing, yet I'm going through it with less than what I actually had in that file? And I don't know if it's a weird thing, because technically my New Game Plus save was like after I got like my first weapon. So it was like right when I got to like maybe like the first reforge area or whatever, but that still doesn't make any sense because I wouldn't have the shotgun. But it's like it only counted the weapons I had actually in my inventory, which still should have been 2 of the small weapons. It still should have been the hand cannon and then the skunk gun. This is crazy. I never block, so I mean, that's a center mass thing to help keep them from mutating. I'll buy this one because I was doing this expecting it to be something I was already capable of, because it was when I beat the game. But this upgrade allows you, when you grab them and you throw them, it throws them so hard that they like explode. Like they can hit each other and blow up and stuff. So I'll do that and mess around with it. That is so dumb. It doesn't even make sense that it locked. Like, we didn't do anything. So it doesn't make any sense to even have that be blocked off like that. I think that's the way we're supposed to go. Oh, well, there's one of those. I think I shot it. It did blow up, but he also did, you know, had a little effect thing. Creepy little maze section, I guess. Wow.
Get down!
Wow, there it is.
Don't let it see you.
Biobot. I like it. Now, all will not be forgiven. I can tell you that right now.
Look for a way out.
But
Quickly.
I think when we get the new weapon that comes up, which I forgot what it's a hammer. It's a hammer-based weapon. So, ew. Oh wait. Can't really tell where he's about to go. I can appreciate the creepy factor of this. Ooh, there's something to grab. And I feel like I gotta grab it because it's a big shiny thing. Uh-oh. I still want to grab that big shiny thing, so we're gonna loop on around. Yoink. Wow, we're good. We're good. I was gonna say, uh-oh. If that wasn't it, we are screwed.
Something
Was that automatic?
new and indescribably dangerous. Be careful,
Okay.
Jacob.
It looked like there was a way to go. I don't know. We'll see what happens when we get this hammer. See how I feel. It's not gonna correct all the mistakes because I'm already super pissed. The assault rifle, that's the other thing. I don't like the assault rifle, so I don't care to have it. But yeah, I'm already pissed with the fact that they have that set up that way. What inventory do I even have? I was about to stomp. Like, I keep pressing triangle. I'll take it. But I'm definitely annoyed already with the fact that they literally took my weapons away from me, despite the fact that it straight up was like, hey, new game plus save. Take this, so you know, do you want to choose this so you can carry your weapons over? And then it doesn't do that. And that's so weird. Because even if it was based on the last save, well, I mean, there's no explanation for it. There's no explanation.
Oh shit!
Oh. Oh, wait, did I? Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. It's my bad. So I don't know if you should go this way, but oh, okay. I probably would have like
That's also new.
tapped my finger or something
Prison
like
has
that.
changed, Jacob. Don't let your guard down for a moment.
Locker/shower access. I'm yes. Okay, so this was in the DLC, which I figured. I'm like, I knew when I was playing through Riot mode, I'm like, I know some of this is gonna be the DLC. It's like really shifted. It's interesting how a lot of fingers. Also, the music's playing, which means there we go. I'm like, that means something's happening. Oh, what? Okay. What the heck? Like nothing? Hit him with the combo at the end, though. I forgot I put that as one of the things. Use this on that guy. And got him. Nice. Not too shabby. Oh, snap. Oh, come on. See how you can hit them and then they'll still go through the animation? It's very odd. I'm like, I think I'm doing good. They kind of got me surrounded, so it's a little hard to tell. Although I appreciate them. Oh, damn. Heal real fast. Heal real fast again. If I could get the actual enemy, that would be great. Ooh, I did it. Oh. Okay. Well, technically I still healed, even though it totally stopped me. Let's not deal with that right now. I'm screwed. Whoa, snap. Oh, he came all the way up the stairs. Okay. Didn't realize that's how that was going over. Keep it. Uh-oh. He cannot, I was gonna say, he cannot still be alive. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, this is all from the DLC. The riot mode. Definitely darker than it is in the DLC. It's fairly bright and vibrant stuff in the DLC. Ah, yes. Do this real quick. It's definitely interesting coming back to the game and finding frustration in it, because I didn't really, feel that too much, at least not with the regular enemies. I felt like I was okay when it came to the regular enemies and how the game felt, and then going through the DLC. Did I actually even going through the DLC, like the riot mode just feels so much more fun, because and they have a mode on here, I forgot what they called it, but it was basically like they made an easy mode. I'm probably gonna let them all out or something. Of course. I really do not remember that move. Oh, yeah. Swing away. He's still away. And he's rotating right in front of me. Oh, I don't. What? Okay.
Oh shit.
I'm really confused as to why I just did that. Thank you. Oh, crap. Every time they do that, it's so weird that the camera angle follows you like that, because it definitely makes you feel like you died. He was literally mutating in the middle of me, like, beating a pumpkin. I always found that a little odd. Oh, wait. Thank you. So yeah, this is interesting going through. Like the DLC, specifically the Riot Mode. I keep calling it the DLC first instead of just calling it by its name. But Riot Mode was just... Hold on a second, sorry. I'm not... Okay, I had something apparently. Nope, wrong button. Oh. Okay. So smoky. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hope I don't get hit. That's all I can that's all I can say. Cool.
Cole viewed the inmates as disposable, a means to an end. I swore I'd never do that. Until I did. The desire to prove him wrong blinded me to the consequences of my own actions. What have I done?
What have I done? It's oddly dark to be having lens flare, but I know it's based off the back of my costume. Okay. That threw me off when the camera like jumped the way that it just did. Alright. Where am I going then? Does that need a fuse? It does. Okay, we're going upstairs. I'm not looking for the stairs, by the way. I was making sure nobody was actually out with the noises I was hearing. Try to do this the easy way. Oh, never mind. Swing away. Uh-oh. Alright, let's see if I can make this work. Ah, crap. Oh my goodness. For the love of God. Okay. That was actually tense. That was tense and enjoyable, at least. Honestly, it was only enjoyable because I survived, if I'm being totally honest. That's why I enjoyed that. I lived. Definitely switch to this. Like, even that was super fast. Like, the animation was like hyper speed. What if there's another bug? Oh, that's the way to go. Never mind. I'm like, that looks suspicious.
UJC Printing for all your needs.
Oh, wait.
UJC Printing at your service.
Thank you. Might as well sell out. Yeah.
Excellent choice.
I gotta watch reviews on this because there's no way that I'm crazy. I mean, there's really no excuse. Like I said, I don't want to go into it all over again, but even if it's because I went through my New Game Plus thing, there's literally no reason that I shouldn't have all of my weapons already. Because the whole point of New Game Plus is you have all of the upgrades that you had, and I know for a fact that I had all of the weapons unlocked. At the very least, I had the schematics. So it's just super weird because I'm like, you know, when I first saw the tactical pistol, I just assumed it was something I didn't use, but that's solely based on the fact that I just never used the tactical pistol. So I thought it was like, oh, okay, there's other new stuff in here, but no, it's okay. I would love an explanation for that because that doesn't really work. Like, oh, the prison's changed. They just added poof security systems in the vents.
Jacob! What's wrong?
It's okay. I'm okay.
Can you tell where you are?
I can see the shoe. Or what's left of it.
That means you're closer to the loading bay. Be very careful. The path ahead is dangerously unstable. Be prepared for anything.
Wow. Okay. Definitely gross. I can appreciate that. Yeah. What I was about to say was, I imagine we're gonna be dealing with a bunch of the like random little vine things attacking me like that. I feel like they made that one like extra slow on purpose. Like, hey, remember these? This is where you are now. Which seemed obvious, but not that it makes a difference, because I still never, like, I can never tell where those things are. Okay. Gross, I like it. Let's come on over here. Swing on you. Oh, crap. Just come back over here for a second. Like, I need you to die. I need to see where. Uh-oh, we're both falling. Let's do it. Oh, I did it. Cool. Okay. Oh, choices. Let's try this one. I definitely like this path so far. Figured. Let's see, what would be nice is if that was actually even a canister, but I doubt it would have blown up. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is starting to feel like the way to go, so we're gonna go back this way. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and just keep my super shotgun. This is just like the main campaign where it's like you really don't know which way is which. Oh, okay. Like everything just looks the same, so it's like I don't know if this is the main path or if this is a side path. Like you really just can't tell in this game. Although I will say, the fact that that door had like the yellow symbol and stuff like that, it did kind of make me think like maybe that's the way to go, because it looked like the door in the very beginning of the DLC when we were leaving the escape pod area. If I remember right, these are the ones that... Okay. Oddly enough, that didn't actually scare me. It just threw me off and made me disoriented. I can understand that that would be a really good jump scare, but because I was in the middle of talking, it just threw me off. But I'm pretty sure these are the guys that can't see you at all. Oh, that okay. That one scared the crap out of me because I did not see that one. The way it was moving is what made that so scary looking to me. That actually gave me a scare. That I can appreciate. That I like. That I like. Something about it, it's actually, it was creepier because their specific animation, they kind of slide. Like I could tell he like wasn't moving, it was just like floating towards me. It made it way creepier. Like 100%, that was why it freaked me out so much, because it wasn't just walking towards me, it was genuinely just gliding. I feel like it would be dumb to go this way because I'm just gonna get jumped. Oh, well, hold on there, dude. I should probably look and see. Okay. Okie dokie. So this will probably lead back to this other door that was here. Theoretically. It did not. Okay, I was wrong. I thought for sure, I'm like, I can see. I kind of wish there was a map in this game. I never thought that before, but this isn't the first time where I felt like, did I backtrack to something? Okay. Okay, well. Once again, impossible to tell if I'm going the main way or if this is a side path. I mean, the creepy flickering light and crouching says it's probably the main path. But there was also like a random crack in the wall the other way. So like impossible to tell in this game. that seems like the actual way to go. Like, this is so annoying. It's like the weirdest way to have it where something's optional versus being the actual way to go. And maybe the game design element of it was like, okay, you're close to this, so odds are this is what you'll explore first. And then it would have been a dead end. And then it's like, okay, that was just a little hole in the wall. Was that the okay? I see what would really get me is if something respawned, or if there's just a new enemy in here. I'm gonna take this magic crack in the wall. I'm just gonna assume that this is not the actual way to go. We'll get something.
Mauler, you're breaking up. Mauler, you there? Be ready for anything.
Well, that definitely helped figure that out, though. So I guess that's good. This is so weird. Never played a game where it was so hard to tell what was like main content and what wasn't. One part of me enjoys it because it's just so interesting. It's like,
something
oh,
about this place feels familiar.
That's a whoa. Well, I can't really attack it because that's clearly going to be a thing. So maybe I should just bring it to me. Actually. Alt fire is the way to go. Another one of the little secret rooms or
Even
whatever.
after all Cole's promises, after so much time, Callipolis was no closer to understanding the biophage. In my pride, I thought I'd be the one to unlock its secrets. But I failed. In so many ways.
Okay, so we got our little secret dilly. Once again, like nearly impossible to tell which way is the right way to go, which way isn't the right way to go. Because that easily could have been what I thought it was, where I was like, okay, maybe the game design of it is you go through the thing that's closest to you, and then it's a dead end, and then you go the other way. And then I was like, nope, here's dialogue. It's like, well. I guess the game design would have still did it, just in a very different way. But the game design was like, hey, there's dialogue. Classic game design. If you hear dialogue, that's the main path. So had I gone through a little bit further, I would have realized for sure that was the main path guaranteed. And that probably would have been a decent sign too. Alright. We'll go right first again. Look, I was about to say that looks like a schematic, but oh, this area is interesting. See, I should be able to do that. Oh, hold on a second. Okay, that was a different hallway. This is a very interesting little area. It's like a mini maze. Oh, that's gross. These bug things are definitely new. Like little, it's like a double-sided roach or something. We'll just go on ahead and assume that this is extra, because that looks like one of the audio logs. Whoa! Okay, that was a good one. I thought for sure that those were all oh, that was wrong. I can't believe I was wrong. I genuinely could not tell from the design. I was like, okay, these are a bunch of dead bodies. Because, like, that dude is just a dead body. I couldn't tell. Wow. I think that's like 2 official scares that actually got me. And the thing that made sense was, it's like, yeah, they're all dead bodies.
Is that the biophage is more than just a pathogen.
I figured the thing was here.
Sentient intelligence that has existed for perhaps longer than our universe itself. Quite literally, the ultimate survivor.
Nice. I got 2 actual scares. I can be happy about that. Alright, so that was definitely the side path, so... Alright, so... Let's just block. So we gotta go take the super long hallway then. And there is definitely going to be one of those things in here. So that was the sub boss, which is definitely annoying. I'm sure I'm not the only person. That's what I thought. Get on my face. We're looking a little suspicious. Oh. Well. Actually, you know what? Let's see how this goes. Maybe it was a hallucination, perhaps? I would love it if it wasn't the sub-boss that I saw. But I'm hearing like some major growling. Pretty sure it's the sub-boss. Yeah, they just gave me a bunch. Well, they didn't give me a bunch of health. Oh, it's the door. I think that was the other locked door. Okay, that doesn't actually open. Still fairly certain that was definitely the sub. Still fairly certain that that was the sub boss that we saw. Okay, that's what I thought. I assume that's going to be a special thing. I don't think we have to go there, but I definitely want to go there. I don't think that's glitched. think there's just somewhere else that I haven't gone that I need to check. Oh. That might be useful. We'll do it just in case. Just in case. Oh, okay. Thought it would stay open after you did that. Honestly, at this point, I'm kind of just waiting for the jump scare, which is actually pretty decent, I'd say. Because I just assume once we do something, the sub-boss is gonna come out. Is this a puzzle? Processing. Oh, well, that's not even the one I wanted to do. Technically, you know, that was like a victory, so we did it. And I just guessed. I was like, you know, I happened to do the second one and it did all three. I'm like, so if I do the other kind of second one, it'll do all three. And of course it did. It's like, cool. Not that there aren't puzzles in other games that aren't super easy. Like, I mean, Resident Evil 4 is actually fairly notorious for the puzzles that are in it being deceptively easy.
Something's wrong.
I hope it's not the invisible things again. Woo! I'm liking the scares. I'm just annoyed by a lot of the random gameplay stuff. At least it has some scares. It has like some genuine ones that are like I really like. They actually spook me. Definitely at a more frequent rate as well, which of course is great. You know what? Hold up. Okay. Pretty sure the sub boss is down here. Still could be wrong. Could have been something totally different. Oh. Oopsie. Oh, what the heck? Okay, so I don't know if you guys could tell what just happened there, but what the heck? But the spitter there actually helped take down the other one. Okay, there we go. The spitter actually shot and hit the other one. That happens a lot in riot mode, which is fantastic. Like, I'll be going through swinging and there'll be a bunch of them just spitting, and I'll like shift to the side and they'll take each other down, and I'm like, that's actually kind of cool. They do, of course, hit you from time to time, which is their purpose. They're trying to hit you, but it's very nice when they hit each other. That's literally all I was waiting for. Uh-oh. Oh, there you are. I didn't mean to be ducking when I did it, but I'm glad I was. I didn't know that they could. I didn't know they could be dropped like that in one hit. I don't know if it works as well in this game as it does in Dead Space. Ooh. A twofer. Thank you. Nice. Okay, I'm like, uh-oh. All right, if we never end up seeing the sub boss reused in the DLC, I will be more than okay with that.
Where am I? What's happening?
Hmm.
Elias, Max. Are you there? First.
I can't. You know what? I just realized that I never turned on subtitles. It's a good thing that you could, for the most part, clearly hear all the dialogue. Sorry to anyone that affected. I completely forgot to change the subtitles. Now, you know what would have been an amazing jump scare? As if that was actually a monster, but he was hallucinating again. Yeah, if that's on, you can send that straight down the hallway. I don't know how it could even fit in any of this stuff, but somehow it's there in the corner. I'm genuinely shocked nothing popped out of either of those vents. These bugs have to be relevant because they were not in the main campaign. Like, that is 100% a brand new thing. Well, something's definitely about to happen.
From this prison, from yourself, neither is possible. The only path towards true freedom is found within. For only by knowing yourself can you become what you were always meant to be.
That brings up the question I had during the main campaign. Was that just a recording, or is he actually talking? Because I thought he left. Okay. See, this is good.
Wait a minute.
See, this is simple, but it's good. Very interesting. I thought it was funny. I was like, it's funny that the door says system error. Like, what location is system error? That doesn't make any sense. I thought I was just like, I wasn't going to mention anything.
Hold on.
See? Okay. I thought it was interesting that we weren't getting attacked as well. I was like, this is a really long, like, corridor segment where, like, nothing actually happens.
Escape. From this prison, from yourself, neither.
Oh, no, I'm hearing voices. Maybe that's his voice. So he's just, so maybe that was an old recording. Maybe we do just go backwards. Either you go backwards or you just keep cycling through until it changes. I think it changed because that wasn't there before. Okay, yes, this is all new.
Are you there?
I can
Okay,
hear
cool.
you. What the hell just happened?
I lost your signal for a moment, but it appears you fought through.
Some strange shit happened back there.
This area is fraught with instability, both physical and mental. Be on your guard and keep fighting.
What does that even mean? How is the area mentally unstable? Mentally unstable. But see, I like that. I thought that was cool. We were in a hallucination right as I was talking about it. Like, man, it would have been, oh, we're about to be in a fight now. But just as I was thinking, like, man, it would be a good time if it was a hallucination, like, you know, especially if that guy wasn't actually dead. He just, or, you know. Oh, well. Okay. Let's just stock up first. That's nice. Yeah, we'll start with the big one. What's this? Okay. I'm currently hoping, actually, let's just do that. I'm currently hoping this large area does not include the sub-boss, and it's just an area where enemies pop in. Because that's what I'm worried about. Because this is a large area. There's definitely enough room for me to dodge a sub-boss.
There's no other way. You have to fight it.
Oh. Hold on, he got nothing on me, man.
Fight, Jacob.
I mean, he really doesn't have anything on me. He's actually quite weak. Oh, so. Dang. Oh, snap. I'm about to do a Kamehameha. What was that?
Mechanical and biological. What the hell is that thing?
He's pretty weak. We good. Weak sauce, hombre. Oh, not them. Crap.
Keep moving down. You're nearing the loading bay.
Hate those enemies. So, it's funny. Before I actually ended up playing, am I just? Yep. I imagine when we land, we won't be near the loading bay anymore.
That's one way to keep moving down.
Yet
Oh,
dangerously unstable is right.
So the good thing about the invisible enemies is even when they're invisible, you can just grab them. There's a whole lot of that when I was playing the riot mode. I don't know why I'm getting like odd crackling. Weird. Okay. This is crazy. I don't block, so that's pointless. Just aim snap towards the center is kind of pointless. I mean, the center mass it has its value, but I don't know. You know what? 2700. I think I'll save for that. This one, recharge rate. All right, yeah, we'll save for the 2700. That way, the shotgun is always. I like this room. This room is actually nice, even though the fire is moving at a fascinating frame rate, we'll say. Uh-oh. Oh. See, that's not bad. That's not bad. Let's get a picture. Let's get some pictures. I literally can't move further than this. Fantastic. You know, that doesn't look as cool as I thought. Like, the pose is kind of cool, but at the same time, not so cool. Never mind. Never mind. I waited too long. Oh, I had no idea he was moving towards that. Definitely going to be fighting something in
You've reached
here.
the factory entrance. The loading bay is on the other side.
Oh. Well, let's just pull that down real quick. There it is. I'm like, I know I can't see him, but I've got some concept of how things work around here. Go ahead and just prep this, leave it on the steps. Okay. Looks like there's something over by that other fan. It was just a reflection. Never mind. Would have been crazy if there was a fuse in there. That doesn't happen, so that would have been extremely odd. Oh, okay, I see.
So there's a factory inside the prison.
For the security units, assembly and shipping, with but the cargo ship still docked at the loading bay.
That thing I fought was no security unit.
No, but it started as one. You'll find out more inside.
You know what would be cool? As if there were games, especially horror games, where you did actually talk with the other people more. Spooky. Like, I think it would actually be a cool feature to have it where the characters kind of stayed in touch just naturally. Like, they, you know, if they were split up, you know, they kind of keep each other company. Excuse me. It would, in a sense, break the pacing as far as a horror game, I'm sure. You'd have to find some way around it to where they talk quite a bit, but
Quickly, Jacob. We're running out of time.
not too much. It's about to get wonky. Whoop. Ooh, got me too. Oh, it's blocked. Okay. That was on me. That was on me. It would be so cool if I could just launch him over the balcony. Oh, really? Whoa! Oh, come on. No, no. Oh, okay. Didn't know you could fight. Didn't know you could fight that. So the thing that really sucks is that counts as when it hit me in the middle of me trying to heal, that counted as me using that entire heal. Which is utterly ridiculous. That wasn't much. There we go. Cool. We'll count that as a victory. Why not? Now, it would have been really funny if I ran straight into that fan as soon as I did that. Look at that. Very minute, but I still appreciate that. Like, it's at least a puzzle. It's something. Granted, we also had a puzzle that was technically different, and I just guessed because it was like, well, if that did all three of them, then this one will do all three, and that was actually correct, which is not how any puzzle should be ever.
UJC Printing. Have a united day.
Never mind. I thought I had something special on there. This makes me feel like we're definitely gonna end up. Okay. No, if you could just thank you. No, come back here. There we go. I also had the wrong weapon. I thought I had my shotgun out still. Okay. So I thought we were going to be fighting, you know, security drones. Unfortunately, we are officially at the invisible enemies. I do love this purple though. Hold up. That's not bad. That's not bad. I'll wait till the I'm hoping the thing doesn't. Okay. I'm hoping the thing doesn't actually like set off cutscene or something, because I actually do want a picture here. His face, he's so sweaty. Like, especially with this costume, this is definitely like a nice, some nice lighting. Not as epic of a picture as I was. There we go. Okay, that was real. Just like the purple. I forgot it doesn't cycle through. That I like. That one I like. His face is always like that. Like the whole game, he's always just like just confused looking, like disgusted. Like in any game where you can change the face, that would be the face of disgust. That's what they always look like. Disgust. And the graphics look so good in this game. I wish that I could just get better pictures. I feel like it's oddly limiting to try to get pictures in this game. Well, kill all the enemies. You could just come back here for a second. I grabbed something. Whoa! And these are like the only things in the whole game that like are guaranteed to actually scare me because they're invisible enemies. Let's reload first. A little bit of help. Ooh, wow. I'm actually a little proud of myself on that one. Ooh. Uh-oh. Where'd you go? What the heck? Dang. Dang. Like you miss. It takes so much damage too. I hate these things. Reload. I think all the music is just missing. I just don't understand how he's missing. We're talking point blank. Reload. I'm dead. Oh my goodness, this junk. No. The lack of precision in this game when it comes to just the simple grab. Infuriating. Actually, a bad position. I also think it's on the wall right above me. There's one. Oh, snap. Legit the only thing in this whole game that actually gives me a good scare. Just the whole enemy type because of how they operate. They aren't even invisible. It's just an onslaught. What? That should have been dead. I was about to say it sounds real silent. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go.
There's a hidden passage on the upper floor, like the one back in my lab.
I'm a boss ass bitch.
He could use that. He could use that song. In moments like these, you need something to really hype you up. 2235. I actually sold a decent bit of ammo. I'm basically just making sure I didn't forget anything or miss anything. Oh, he's not moving. I for a second I was really worried. So is the second thing? What's happening? What is this? Okay, I can move this. He won't get down. Fortunately, the checkpoint is okay. He would not get down though, and I have to get the stuff again. I guess that was the only thing, so we're fine. Because we can't get in there. Oh, okay, gotcha. there's a box that I missed. That should be good. Nope. What if this had one of the things in it for the jump scare? And like all that happened was I took damage. I would be so pissed. Okay. 3 of those things I'm gonna sell. So that obviously leads into there. And she did say on the upper level, so we'll do whatever this is supposed to do. We'll do this, and then we'll just go up. This might just open up something extra for us. Nice. Whoops. Whoops. Well, that was actually fairly... Oh, super secret passage. Got it. That was actually very close. I'm sure it would have just reset, so I don't think there's like any real danger. With the way it looks, for some reason, when like the very first time I did it, I actually thought, I don't know why, it's like maybe just from some other video game, but for some reason the little things look like bombs to me. Alright, that's everything.
I'm opening the elevator. Keep moving through to reach the loading bay. And prepare yourself. What you're about to see, know that I am no longer that person.
Fascinating.
What is this place?
Wow.
My special projects lab.
What the hell were you trying to do here?
Something for which there can be no forgiveness.
Why they let me open that? Just for nothing to be there. Ah, okay. Gotta appreciate the super creepy lab. A classic staple. It shocked me. Didn't scare me, but it got me. Alright, since I got a million, might as well. Oh, I can't even use it. Okay. Well, oh, well, I'm definitely not gonna waste health. Such interesting design. Like, what is the point of that? Ooh, cutscene.
Oh my god.
Before you is my greatest sin. For even though Cole and I took different paths, we each had the same goal in mind. Like you, I realize the mistakes I have made. Ironically, this particular mistake may just be our last hope. Jacob?
No. No escape. You will never escape.
I'm guessing he's already hallucinating because she started to.
What's happening?
I'm fine.
Oh.
Baton, though.
And so it begins.
This is a factory. See what you can find. You'll need a replacement to reach the loading bay.
I really like that baton.
I shall miss you, Shock Baton. But we shall upgrade. We shall become something more powerful. Oh, it's right there. I see it. I mean, if it's anything like the other one, then, you know, not necessarily a challenge. But I still got my guns. I mean, if there's like a bunch of them, then
Don't try to fight them, Jacob.
okay.
You're vulnerable without the baton.
I'm vulnerable with the baton. It's a baton. What you talking about? Don't snitch. You know what'd be cool is if I actually even knew where the F I was supposed to go.
There's one nearby.
That's over there. Oh, do they see me? Do they see me? Oh, he saw me. Ooh, I could. Oh, I'm out. Do they shoot or just run? I see it. Ah. Oh, snap. Dodge. Yeah. Oh, he didn't dodge that second one. Boy, they punch like nemesis. It would be crazy is if they could grab you out of the vent and they just reach in and pull you. That would have been scary. This feels like a hallucination time. Oh. I wonder if any of these are actually... No, we turn back around. Oh, never mind. Never mind. So the plan is to let the thing come towards you. Also, I died. So let the thing come towards you, turn around, go back, basically turn around instantaneously, I guess. Okay, you can. I was curious. I'm like, do you just go past it or not? I guess the answer to that is not. I knew at some point we'd actually have to deal with this. But no, you almost had it there, Jacob. You almost lived. You almost lived. It's so weird mechanically. I guess I should wait a little longer. I mean, I almost had it there. I just did like a double turnaround. Bam, 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 bam. And then we do this, and then you just turn it right back around. I don't know if it matters because I could have sworn every time I died it turned around the corner, which I think it's still doing. Yeah, I can hear the blade, so it's definitely still doing it. Bang, 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 bang. Maybe it's specifically because it's the factory they made it this way. Success. You live.
UJC Printing for all your needs.
It's 27. I need the inventory space anyway, honestly. Oh. Yeah. Hopefully that wasn't a mistake. We'll see what happens. Credits. Okay. I could have sworn that. Oh, I did. Okay. Considering that's a restricted area, we'll go this way.
That robot, it said something to me.
Focus on your goal, Jacob. Find the data drives. Reach the ship. Keep moving. Keep fighting.
We're not gonna go over there. This feels like the back area to I don't think it is. Oh, that is. I thought that was only on the other side. It's an actual door. Oh, this is weird. The gun run. Well, that person's head is gone. What I was gonna say was, this looked like the area where you actually first run into the invisible biophage enemies, because that was a wide open area, and it had a little back spot where you could find extra stuff. Oh, this might actually be the room. Maybe not. Crazy test chambers. Gross. Unless I missed something. Like, I feel like this is... There's gonna be like a secret thing back here somewhere. Is this secretly opens? No. This is just closed. There wasn't even anything in here. I guess it was just to look through to the other side. Okay, I didn't think so. I'm like, unless I've been missing that the whole game. That actually looks like a hole in the wall. Okay. Had to double check, because at first I was like, oh, that, you know, I was gonna make a joke about how that looks like one of the cracks in the walls, and then that actually looked like a space where you could go to. But it's not. Keep on keeping on. Excuse me. I still feel like I missed something there. I mean, technically I could take them, it's just one. And I'm gonna get this hammer. That's a decent one. That actually got me a little bit. Hey, I can sell that thing. Okay. That's what I thought. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, does it? Because that one's just open automatically. Hey. Ah. That's why that's locked. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't have my baton. I forgot. I was trying to do the swing on him and I forgot. Okay. I didn't question it because it's a video game. But obviously it's weird that there would have been a treasure there. But I was like, video games. Whatever. Hallucination. Okay. I can appreciate that just for the sake of it being weird. A monster came out of a box.
What I hoped would be the next phase of human evolution proved a tragic mistake. Yes, the subjects survived the fusion, but trapped inside the machine, absent some kind of understandable mental goal, they grew increasingly vicious and unhinged. After they tore Dr. Mir apart, I shuttered the program.
I assume that was at least potentially Dr. Mir. So far, I feel like I've done a pretty decent job picking those up. Well, I guess I missed one of them. So close. Pardonnez-moi. I like how this looks, though. That one got me.
Use the console to open the enclosure.
Yes. Oh crap. Uh-oh. My spidey. I'm like, uh-oh, my spidey senses are tingling.
Quickly, Jacob.
Bro, shut up. Oh, this is the first one I failed. Oh, snap. Oh, Jacob is deader than dead, bro. Christ, this thing. Oh. Thank goodness they don't actually attack you. I really appreciate that. Go time, B. Oh. Thank goodness they don't attack you. There it is. That's what I was looking for. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. And it is pretty sweet. I shall miss my baton, but that's pretty cool. All right. The kinetic hammer is an effective melee weapon against biobots. It is very effective against biophages. The ground slam attack causes area effect damage against multiple enemies. Hold down the R1 button to charge the hammer. Release the R1 button to initiate the attack. Use the kinetic hammer to destroy yellow crates, like the ones right in my face. Cool. That also means there's probably going to be enemies behind some of these crates. Oh, you wanna go? I can charge it for you. Oh, they like vanished. They instantaneously vanished. At least that first one did. All right, let's go. Ugh. Are you serious? That missed. I do like that if you don't hold R1, he actually like goes forward and charges them. It's almost like a rocket boost where it actually propels him forward as he does the swing, which whoa, dang, he ran up on me. Go ahead and heal now. That's nice. I'm just gonna assume we're going towards the red blink. Oh, hold up. Oh. Yeah, red blinking is what I meant. I mean, no reason not to. Free stuff. Oh, definitely. Health. I'm not sure I can even hit him, but yeah, that's not bad. Alright. I definitely like the kinetic hammer, it's really cool.
UJC Printing at your service.
Dang. I was hoping maybe there might be something extra that you could add to the thing. Sadly, no.
User assumes all liability for use of this print.
I'm still mad about this thing where I don't have all of my actual weapons. Like, that's so dumb. Swap controllers real fast. Alright, let's do it. Cold controller. Feels nice. Hydro junction. What's your function?
You're getting close. I'll meet you at the ship. Quickly, Jacob. I don't know how much longer we have.
I was gonna say, I wonder if they can break through, but they don't seem like they can. Although dude is booking it, and I can respect that. Oh snap, he went through it. No joke, that caught me off guard. I like the whole point of the explosion was like, okay, you know, I got him. Just whack me up the back of He just hit me inside the back of my head like he was a parent. Yeah, I... I could just tell. I was like, as soon as he started running, I'm like, I should just let it go earlier. Okay. I can say that I do like being able to fight them because they're still really tough enemies. I mean, I was very shocked by him running like full sprint, like no stopping whatsoever from that explosion. I thought for sure, I was like, okay, I got him. You know, I'm gonna hit him with the explosion, slow him down, get some hits in, and that was not the case. So. Are those real? 'Cause I don't want to. Oh, they're all like going away. I'll just assume he's real. Oh yeah, y'all not ready for this. Ooh, what the heck? He was winding up that backhand for me. I do love the fact that it's a wide swing. That was actually something I was thinking of earlier today. I was like, man, if they had like some of the stuff that they should have done for the action that they should have leaned into is like, you know, they should have had it where because a lot of people thought that they should have a dodge like built into the game instead of it just being when you go into like the combat stage. It should automatically be there where it's like you can just dodge whenever you want. And I was like, that would have been one of those mechanics had they leaned more into like the action of things. Wow. Oh yeah, you better run. That's what I thought. I don't know why he put the hammer away like instantaneously, but okie dokie. But what I was gonna say was, if they had actually added something in that was like, I couldn't see him. if they added in a dodge, they could have added moves that coincided with the dodge. Oh, that's cool. Ah, Ojo, who's real? I'm like a lot. Wow. See, that was good. A buttload of enemies. They were seemingly, you know, they were real from the start, I guess. Some were, some weren't. But like stuff like that, that's good. Should have done that more instead of having the hallucinations just be his friend screaming in his face every effing time there was a hallucination. That would have been nice. Moments where you don't know when there's a real enemy or when there's not. Some are actually there, some aren't. You swing and they phase out of existence. I mean, they weren't technically there. I also think my thing is... There it is. Okay. Are they smashed by a board? There's hands. There's a hand right there. There's hands in there. How does that even make sense? Okay. You know what? I don't think I care enough. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Where do I go? Okay, now that's a hallucination. Not you. Okay. Sucks that I use that ammo. I got nothing? Oh, okay. It's just nothing was noted, that's all. Alright, just a hallucination. I'll take it. I'm still a little confused about this whole area though, because we walked pretty far and I could have sworn that was the only path that I had. Although I guess it wasn't, because that's over there. I mean, I wasn't gonna go back to the Reforge at first, but fascinating. Oh, missed something. What's that noise? Okay. Well, you know what? I'd have to go back further than I realized. Never mind. I mean, you know, well, already came back this far. Might as well do it. Might as well. I still can't believe he just sprinted straight through the explosion, though. Nice.
UJC Printing for all your needs. it online.
If I even wanted to use that, I would spend the money, but I don't. No, you know, forgot. Let us keep them. I'll go grab the two things, and then if I end up needing them, or if I end up needing more space, I'll just use one of the grip recharges. I actually kind of like this area. Good visuals. Dang, hold up. I see stuff like this works. And just simple shots like that with just a little bit of the colors and stuff. This costume honestly works wonders in spaces just like this, though, like where it's just dark and you can have him lit up as well as the actual area that he's in. I think that's great. This is definitely my favorite costume that they've added to the game. Miss some more credits. Very happy with this one. I also think it looks cool on the guns. I think it's my favorite design on the weapons as well. Sure, we'll go grab these. You know, now that I have the hammer, I think if something is at least akin to the sub boss. I'm like, there were two. If something is akin to the sub boss, I'll just use the hammer. I'll just save my ammo because the hammer is such a good weapon. That area of effect is just really, really good. Oh, thank you. Oh, that just coming out of nowhere now, huh? Oh, who's next? Who's next? Okay. Dang. Oh, sorry, you better back up. Oh. I do love my overpowered ammo though. Hey. Dang. Wallop. Gross sound effects in the distance. Another thing I love about the hammer is that it counts as the stomp. So when you bash them, actually, make sure he's equipped. Yeah, that was on me. That was my fault. What? I don't know what happened there, but my hammer vanished for a second and it just wouldn't swing. That was really weird. I don't know why it happened. Processing. going up. I mean, it's all bad. You know, it's just like when you go down, you're always just like, ooh, that means it's worse. But it's like,
That hatch leads down to the loading bay.
considering where we
I'm
are,
waiting for you on the ship.
I don't think it matters.
UJC Printing. Have a united day.
Okay. Since this one's open already, we'll do this first.
Almost there, Jacob.
Jacob!
What are you doing?
Dang. Okay. Just as a precaution, we're definitely gonna go this way. Like, I know it led to a cutscene, but we're gonna go this way. Just based on it being a cutscene at all I can do is assume that that's a permanent thing. Also, love this area. 'Tis smoky. Okay. Come on. Dude, you're not hitting anything. Gonna go on here. We're gonna do another one of those bad boys. So I get the feeling that I'm gonna set this off, and the rest of them are gonna come after me. Okay. Hey, there we go.
There's still a chance. I have to get the truth out there. To stop Cole before it's too late. I just need to keep the link alive long enough to complete the transmission. There's not much time. May God have mercy on my soul.
Okay, so how do I get out of here then? I guess that doesn't really work. So maybe we do that one last. Man, that sucks. I got everything except for one of them. I missed like one random little spot. Okay. Enjoy this cutscene. I'm gonna get myself some fruit snacks.
Jacob!
What are you doing here?
The ship's close. We just have to reach the loading bay.
Watch out! Push. Oh my God!
I don't think she made it. Oh, I'm fighting. I definitely don't think she made it now. Oh, where'd you come from? Oh, snap. Oh, he was like, nah. He was like, that don't work on me. Double wow. How did that? Yeah. Stupid spitter. Well, that sucks. I mean, it's a classic horror element, you know.
Jacob!
You have someone talking to you the
Ship's
whole
close.
time.
We just
And
have to reach the loading bay.
then, of course,
Watch out!
oh, he really came out of nowhere.
Holy shit. Oh my god!
Yeah, that's a bit of an upgrade. If I can just keep him in that loop, he's down. Dang. Of course I missed. And I'm dead. Stop. Game. I should add the Smash Brothers game to my death sound effects. I
Jacob!
really want to eat some of my
What
fruit
are you
snacks,
doing
so
here?
I
The
don't
ship's
keep
close. We just have to
skipping
reach the
those.
loading bay.
Watch out!
My sweaty fingers.
Holy shit. Oh my god!
Freaking fruit snacks. Oh, I can smell it. The bag is open now. Oh. Uh-oh. Hit something. Fuse. Yoink. Actually, rather than grabbing you and shoot you, that'd be nice. Oh, dang. Didn't realize my health was so low. I had to try again. Also,
Jacob!
What are you doing
The
here?
ship's close. We just have to reach the
My
loading
God.
bay.
Watch out!
I can't do this. I've never been able to actually open stuff with my mouth before, where like people use their teeth. I've always been better at that.
Oh my
I don't know
god!
why I cannot get this stuff open. Oh, there we go. Energy. I actually killed them all. I just need the wide swings to just continue. Whoa, I did not see you there. Why did I even do that? I hope he's the only one in here. 'Cause, you'll know they're all gone when I get a save point.
Hi.
Or when the
Don't
there we go.
understand.
That's another one.
Why wasn't she on the ship? That doesn't make any sense.
We're gonna have that set. Well, I think that's everything. Just in case, though. Alright, yeah, I think that's all of it. So it doesn't make sense that she wasn't on the ship. Also, we're in like a dead-end room. It really doesn't make any sense that she wouldn't be on the ship. I think the question right now is, how crazy is he exactly? This should keep this open, if I'm not mistaken. And hopefully they don't come to life. Okay, never mind. I definitely thought that that would keep it open. I thought that was the point of that it was charging the door. I just figured it would charge, you know, obviously both the doors, but no. Wait, can I not take that out now? I keep getting this save every time I walk through here. That's weird. I'm so confused now. Also, there is an upstairs, which is very interesting. Okay. Okay, I'm super confused now because I don't understand how this is supposed to work. We're gonna go to this one because that's very weird. Excuse me. Okay. I'm just not doing something then. There's something I'm not doing, and I have no idea what it is that I'm missing. Like, I'm super confused by this because I don't understand what I'm supposed to do now. Because now that makes this room even more confusing, because it was like, oh, well, I thought it was supposed to be, you know, you take it and that didn't work, and it was like, oh, okay, so maybe you need the other fuse first so that the doors stay open. But that's not what happens. What am I missing here? Well, I've got like an hour and 36 minutes of space, I mean. Ah, there we are, there we are. So I could have actually done this. How is he missing? Woo! Dang. Honestly, when they run is what really makes things the scariest. Okay, yes. I had to double check to make sure I actually even grabbed the fuse this time. Which I did because it's dark, yes. Okay. Gotta be extra, extra, extra sure. Another thing. Yep. Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. He's definitely losing his mind. Like, there's still a bunch of questions. Music became very intense just for this like one little spot. Excuse me. There's not a spot up there. There's something up there, but I guess you can't get there from here. There it is. Where did that just come from? Who's just said that?
UJC Printing at your service.
The hammer moving for a second kind of scared me. Excuse me. So, on the side, right on the side, you can kind of see in the top right corner, it says one last job. What if he's a robot? What if he's already dead? He was turned into a robot.
You got it all figured out.
Choice. Every choice in your life has led you here. To this place. This moment. Rise,
Oh man, you're turning into Batman?
Can't keep running from what you've done.
This isn't about escape, Jacob. Not anymore.
Don't believe her lies.
I promised I would stop them.
Soon everything will become clear.
This was our fault.
Make him pay for what he's done.
You made the wrong choice. Now how are you gonna make it right on time? The approaches. The survivor.
See, I'm liking this. I'm liking the question of it all. And I'm definitely curious, how the F is this gonna end?
I played my part in all this as well. There's no escape for me.
Is where I belong.
Okay. That ain't got nothing to do with me.
UJC printing for all your needs.
I think I got time before I run out of space, because I think we're about to beat it. Air capacity or recharge. It doesn't really matter, does it? This is weird. I like weird though. I actually find myself far more fascinated by the story of just the DLC than really the main campaign. At least it feels like there's more of a story, with him kind of going crazy and being like, what the F is going on? And I'm having hallucinations, but we're supposed to escape the ship together. Why was she in that room? That doesn't make any sense. Even he says it. And it's just like, was it cut off again? Because she says that she lost his signal. But what's really happening is the question here.
What the hell? You'll never escape.
Oh, okay. Look! She got a straight up off drop, which feels so weird. Oh, that also feels weird to see that. I'm not entirely sure which is more valuable as a move for me right now. Why is she teleporting? Whoop. Uh-oh. Hold up. Oh, I don't have it. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead. Okie dokie.
Oh, these?
I forgot to. I always forget to take that one out. Okay. Oh. All right.
You're a loser.
Too forceful. Too forceful. It also took me a minute to realize that her health bar actually closes into the center. Like it's not going left to right, it's actually shrinking on both sides. Constantly just trying to grab the same effing ball. I just want to get one of the what's it in? Ooh. Oh, ammo. Yep. Oh. Jumping around like the fly. Of course. Okay. To do this. And then she teleports. And as long as I can do this. Wish I had it. Ooh, snap. Don't get him the combo, man. Did I half pull that out? Are you serious? Okay, so if I die this time though, we'll be okay. Because I can do it off of the next one for sure. could see. I also really wish that he would just effing grab the one thing that I'm trying to grab. Like, it's nothing, you know, compared to like I might as well go on the offensive, honestly. Because trying to do literally anything is like pointless. Like, it's totally fine.
I'm dead! Ah!
This time I got it though. Because we got pretty far. And that was with me really being like wasteful, to say the least, when they came into it. Oh, okay. Let's get to the heavy. Still can't really tell if I'm doing any decent damage when it comes to I don't think those do anything to her. I knew I screwed that one up. Come on. I feel like I can't trust that. That's a good one. It would be very nice if I just had 2 heals. That's really like all I need. Alright, I got an hour, 18 minutes of space. See if I can do this. Here we go. Now we figured out our secret. I still don't think that actually does anything though. This is it. Championship. Snap. That was doing like a tiny bit here and there.
I'm dead.
I don't hate this as much as the final boss though. I feel like I'm losing, but there's actually a chance. Even if that chance is based on me definitely cheesing it. Okay, now I can do it. That was just scaring me. I'm like, uh-oh. What if I could actually use that to affect honestly though, all I really need is like just one extra health. It would really make all the difference in the world. How did both of this is definitely how I'm about to do this. Oh, okay. Thank goodness she missed. I appreciate her lack of accuracy. Man. See, I still find it to be like good frustration though. That's the thing. See, I feel like it makes sense that this would be when she's at Eureka's, but I feel like I just keep getting hit every time I really try to make it happen. Like, it's just that. That probably helps, right? Hello. Oh, probably just killed myself. She went through it. Okay. And I could die.
But now he's dead.
I'm like right on the cusp. In all honesty, I could probably just restart it and just go ahead and get myself another thing. Like, just get another, whatchamacallit? Get myself another health. And I'll be good to go. Oh, let's just... What the F was that, man? Okay. We're gonna go ahead and just do what I was gonna do. We're just gonna do this.
I played my part in all this as well. There's no escape for me.
Is where I belong.
Unit online.
No point in screwing myself over.
Please operate responsibly. Cycle complete.
Another
excellent choice. Print finished.
Okie dokie, we should be good. Like, I honestly feel like I could do it with just one. Excuse me. All right. very curious what the answer is going to be after we do this boss battle. Like, what in the world's going to happen? At least it landed. No. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. I might actually be pulling it off this time. Here we go. Uh-oh. Jacob, are you serious right now? Right, this is not the time.
We have to hurry, Jacob. There's still a chance.
What the? What shit?
Oh, he's going crazy. Just deeper and deeper.
It can't be.
It is impossible to tell what is and is not happening, which is great.
Jacob,
should have had that from the beginning. Like, I don't know how any of this is actually working. And like, he's sitting in his ship, but he's not there.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
I feel like this is about to be the ending, and then it's just like, what the?
Almost there.
Final report, Dr. Caitlin Marler. I found him in the Warden's Tower and dragged him here. His link to Danny's core still active. I used this connection to upload the full details of the experiment. Whether it will be received, I can't say. But it was our only hope to get the truth out there. To turn his sacrifice into opportunity.
Data transfer complete.
Finally. Jacob, you did it.
Oh, he's jacked up.
And now,
oh, he's
your
gone.
fate is done.
He's gone. Wow, he's gone. Fascinating. I'm sure that's it, but credits come up. So there it is. Okay. That was how long? 3.5 hours. We'll take off. I'll just take off 20 minutes. I don't think it was 20 minutes, but we'll just take off 20 minutes. But like a 3-hour DLC. So that's not too bad. Story-wise, it was actually entertaining. It's a depressing ending because like they killed the effing dude off. And it kind of just goes on to maybe, they do it's just going to be credits, so we'll go ahead and just do this. As a whole, honestly, the story of it itself was actually more entertaining than the story of the original, or like, the main campaign. Them doing the hallucinations and stuff like that, personally speaking, it's weird that it had to be done in this very crazy way where it was like, basically he's dead. It's super effed up that he's dead because like he was just straight up alive the whole, like he fought back. Like it's weird that they did that, but I don't know what the reasoning for that was. I guess it's to go to because I think Danny is the character that escapes. I don't remember. I'm sure that was a part of the recap, but to have it be that way is very interesting. It's very interesting, to say the least. It's very interesting. So he was going through, and the reason he was going through, and it was like, how did I get here and stuff, he was listening to her. She was actually talking to him, but of course it was him breaking down mentally, like him basically dying towards the end there. So it's very weird. It's definitely very weird. They're doing like distorted images, but nothing's really happening. It just says Striking Distance Studios. I don't know if it was like button press, but there's nothing. So it's super weird. I feel like it's a super weird DLC because it's fun to play. Once it got a little further, I felt like it was more fun. Once it got to like the hallucination stuff, it was better. The hammer, I thought, is definitely a cool upgraded weapon, and people were asking, like, would we be able to use the hammer in the main campaign? I don't think that's going to end up being the case, unfortunately. It would be fantastic if it was, and maybe it'll do something here when there's no credits roll. It literally just says Striking Distance Studios. Like nothing is here. It's just this. It's just the logo. I can't skip. There's nothing else. Like that's all it says. So that's all it's showing me right now. It's like I said, story-wise, it's more entertaining, but I think it's because, well, I assumed he wasn't dying. I thought he was just going crazy because that's literally what happens in the main campaign. Like he has hallucinations a bunch. Like they even say like, I think it's because of him like getting the implant and stuff, like it almost kills him. But he's having these hallucinations like throughout the game, and it was like it should have been like that in the main campaign, like how it was in this, where he's seeing people, or like even just opening up a chest, it's not actually there, and it's like it's looping back on itself, where if you go get the chest, nothing happens and it fades and you're across from the chest again. And so it's like, okay, let me go over here and do this. And even that very first one, like I said, was cool because it started off, so something's happening because they're talking. Still the same image. It just says Striking Distance Studios, but I get a feeling something's about to happen, unless it was just that was just it.
Hey, where'd everybody go? Mahler, Louise.
It's such a weird ending.
I'm not dead yet. I'm alive. I mean, Jacob's dead, but I'm still alive. This is Josh. Can somebody please let... Whoa! What the fuck happened to my legs?
They just did like a silly thing.
What the fuck happened to my legs? Somebody... Can somebody get me out of here?
They just did like a silly ending.
Bring me my goddamn legs!
Josh Duhamel wants his legs. The Gold Skin Collection. Let's see what we got. So I think it is something else. So these are all of the costumes that they have in the game. that looks really cool. I believe this I actually got from Riot mode. Prospect one isn't bad. I like the gray and gold. I like this one too. It's like simple colors, but I like it. And that one's just cool, like with the neon and stuff. It looks pretty sweet. Not too shabby. Not sure when I'll ever actually see it. I mean, I guess if I play Riot mode, then I'll definitely see this stuff, but that's really about it. Because I don't know if I'm really going to be going back into like New Game Plus or anything like that. So we'll do this. Get us some music. Let's go with DS for now. As well, super upbeat. But if I had to compare it to the main campaign, like I was saying, I feel like what they did with the hallucinations was actually really cool. That was my favorite thing about it, where it was like, okay, you open up the chest, it loops on itself. It's like, all right, well, this obviously isn't working. You go to the next like little set and it's like, oh, he ends up seeing his buddy. It's like, you know, it's in his head, it's messing with him and stuff like that. And then it's like, okay, the color changes, because the color was red. Like I even mentioned it when we were doing it. It's like, oh, the color's red. The color changed back to normal. So it was like, okay, now I can go to the chest. And it was like, no, he was still in the hallucination. It was like, well, that's actually really cool. I like that concept. When we were going through, I think, you know, the second time the hallucinations really hit us, it was like, oh, okay, it would have been really cool if that dead body wasn't really a dead body and we just happened to be, you know, inside of a hallucination. And I even noticed, I was like, I saw the system error thing, but it didn't really register to actually say anything. And then of course we loop around, it's like, okay, that's actually kind of cool. And you have to literally just go the opposite way, and then, you know, you break your way out of it. But I thought that was cool. And then of course when it got to the enemies, I thought that was a really great idea, where it was like some of the enemies are actually there, some of the enemies are not actually there. So you hit them and they fade away, and then the other ones, you know, are actually there. Sometimes they'll spawn in and it's like, all right, well, they're supposed to be hallucinations, but you don't really know. Like when they had the two bigger enemies and then like the little crawlers spawned in, and it was clear that those were meant to be hallucinations to me, but at the same time I was like, well, I don't know what actually affects them and what doesn't affect them as far as the hallucinations go. So I'm like, can I actually pick them up and shoot them? Like, what happens here? So I like that idea. I thought that was really well done, and I thought they did a good job utilizing that, honestly. I felt like it probably could have been utilized more. I think they definitely could have done the thing where, you know, like when we had like the wave of enemies, but I think a big part of that was the fact that of course you have the hammer. So the point was like, you could just slam on the ground and everything gets killed, no matter whether it's real or fake. So I think that was kind of the point of that, to like enhance the hallucinations there, but they still could have done that even, you know, without it. Like they could have done that in other parts, and I think that would have been really cool. So I actually really enjoyed that, because I'm like, okay, you know, there were parts where things actually spooked me, and I was like, all right, I felt like, oddly enough, I felt like I got like the same, if not more, scares in this than like the entire campaign. Like there were a couple of moments where I was like, oh, that thing that was meant to scare me actually scared me. The enemies kind of running up on me, oddly enough, I just felt like that caught me off guard way more in this alone compared to like any point of the main campaign. So that's just one of those weird things where I'm like, I feel like those scares that popped up for me kind of just came out of nowhere. Like they just got me because the enemy was just running up on me, and that just wasn't something that really happened too much in the main campaign. Like you fight them and you kill them and then you move on to the next area. I felt like they did a bit better job having the enemies kind of spawn in on you, and you know, especially with the we'll call them biodroids, because I forgot what the biophage security units. The biodroids being as tough as they were, it was like, okay, that's actually pretty cool. And you know what? We're gonna do some Code Veronica. I was like, all right, that, you know, I actually like that. I thought that was a cool idea. I like what they did with it. I like the new enemies being tough, especially when you're able to fight back. They're still really tough. So like if you get hit, they're taking a buttload of, you know, damage. So I was like, all right, I can fight back against them, but it's still very risky to do so, because if they hit you, it's not like a regular enemy hitting you. It takes way more health off of you. So I was like, all right, that's a cool idea. So I like the use of the new enemies. I like the new hammer. I hate the fact that going through the campaign, means nothing, because it was basically like I chose my save file, but then it took away a bunch of the stuff that I definitely had, including literally taking my weapons away, where it was like I literally can't switch to these weapons. I have to spend money to get these weapons, which makes no sense whatsoever. So I'm assuming that that was like a really weird bug based on me having gone through New Game Plus, and still, because I was like in the very beginning of New Game Plus, so I don't know if that's what the deal was, or whatever the factor was. That was really weird. That was really stupid as well, because it's like, why am I getting schematics when I'm choosing New Game Plus, a New Game Plus file? It literally said like, you know, new game started or whatever. It had all of my upgrades, or most of my upgrades, because it was super weird. Even the stuff I actually had, it didn't carry all of my upgrades over, which I don't know if that was meant to be for a challenge or what the case was, but I'm like, I know I got some of this stuff. Like, obviously I knew for a fact that I literally unlocked all the guns at the very least. Like, there was no reason that I should be picking up other schematics. So that would be like a weird thing based on me starting New Game Plus, which doesn't make sense. I should still have all of the stuff in my inventory, because I had, you know, most of the upgrades for the grip, most of the upgrades for the baton. I had most of I had all the upgrades for both my guns except for like the final thing. So it was like, it just took everything like right up to the max, and it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Why is any of this like this? That like it was illogical. So that was super annoying. I have no idea why that was the case, because you know, I mean, heck, I couldn't even get the shotgun. I skipped it and then thought I could go back through a door that didn't even do anything special, and it was like, nope, this is locked. And so I just didn't get the shotgun, but my mini shotgun. And I was like, well, I'm not spending the credits to unlock one of my main weapons. There isn't one that I even wanted at that point. All I wanted was the handgun and the shotgun anyway. So that's very annoying and dumb. There's no other way around that, and that was just really stupid, and it made no sense to me. I have no idea why they did it that way. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know why it was like that. They should change that. Not that well, I don't think it'll matter, but like I said, I like the enemy, the new enemy at least. The combat did bug me in the very beginning. Of course, that was me definitely, you know, getting used to things once again. So it definitely took a minute, because the enemies are not as easy as they are in riot mode, which is super fun actually. And I might actually go, what in the world was that? That totally threw me off. I don't know if that even, sometimes random sound effects go off and I'm like, I wonder if that even caught in the recording, but I'll just assume it did. Anyway, I might go through the game again, because I know it was almost like an easy mode where you just like tear through the enemies in like one hit. It's like a one-hit kill type of thing. So I might play through the game again just doing that, because that might be, you know, akin to what riot mode was like, and I could do that for the main campaign, and I might actually enjoy that, because riot mode is actually fun. It's exactly what I thought the game should have been for a super long time, where it was like, man, they lean into the action, it's just better. So action wise, once the hammer came in, super cool. Other than that, it was just, you know, the regular combat of the game, which bothered me more getting into it. I think now that I've played the game enough and I've gotten used to it, the issues with the combat do affect me now compared to when I first played the game and I was fine with it, and it affected people, you know, most people who played it, it bothered them from the very beginning. And for me, it was like, I actually kind of like it. So it definitely affected me, especially coming off of riot mode, where it was like, oh man, I'm like swinging through enemies and dodging and swinging, and like it felt really good. And this was like slow and methodical again. And then not just that it was slow and methodical, it was really the fact that I would get my hits in and they would swing on me. And it's been a minute since I played the main campaign, so I don't really remember that. And I felt like that did not happen with riot mode nearly as much. So it would be like, you know, like even literally doing heavy moves, and I know some of the enemies were the heavy enemies, but I think even some of the lighter enemies were swinging through like my basic attacks. It's like I hit them, but their animations don't stop. So it's just like, that's kind of annoying. And that may have been an issue. Like it's been, you know, I really have not played the main campaign since I first played through it, and I played like a tiny bit of New Game Plus, and I literally went up to like unlocking like the first weapon, and I probably went like a little bit past that, and that was really about it. So riot mode was my most recent thing, and that was definitely like the enemies are weaker and you can, you know, kill them faster, because that's kind of the point of it, and that's actually way more fun. I honestly would have preferred if it was like that, where it was like, just give me more enemies and make them weaker, and I can enjoy that. Like I can actually enjoy that more. So, you know, it's unfortunate that it bothered me. Like I said, it was really mostly in the beginning that it bothered me, but once the hammer comes in, I was like, okay, the hammer's super cool. The hammer's fun to use. It has an area of effect attack, like that's amazing. So like the hammer itself was just like, yeah, this is cool. This is really awesome. So I do hope that was added to Riot Mode. I'm sure they didn't add it to the main campaign, which it would be sweet if they did, if you could like switch to it or something. But yeah, the hammer was a really cool addition, and I think that was nice. And then the story, the actual story of it. Going through it, I think is cooler than the actual ending, which I think part of them just straight up killing the dude off. I don't know if that was always their plan. I am curious about that. What is that? So I'm curious if that was always their plan or if that was more of a reception type thing. Like, okay, well, we got the main character and then he's trapped. What if we just killed him off? And then the information is sent off. So that's pretty interesting because they didn't have to kill him. Like, it feels weird that he died. And it feels even weirder that he died and it was just kind of random, because I feel like that could have just been the actual story. Like, he could have actually woken up somewhere random and then we found out why he ended up in that location, or he could have just fought. I mean, the whole game he fights and survives. That's like the whole thing. So it just feels weird that we go through and then we get to the ending and it's just both of them dying, basically. Like, everything is just crumbling around them, and then he dies and then she dies and they just get crushed to death, and she uses his brain to send off all of the extra information to Danny. And it's just like, okay, that's a weird way to end it. I mean, it makes sense why it's called the final transmission. I don't know if there's going to be a sequel. I wouldn't expect there to be a sequel. Ooh, excuse me. Oddly enough, the little prequel thing, I forgot what they called it. Helix Station, that's what it was. Helix Station. It was like a little radio show they did. I thought that was fantastic. They even referenced something in there that never shows up in the game, and it really sucks. But they had a thing, they call them gummies, and it was basically humans that have been in space for too long, and their bodies are just like, their bones are just mush, but they still have control of it. They're also obviously like kind of taken over by the biophage. They were considered a myth, and it was like, oh, those don't even exist because it doesn't, it doesn't make sense. Like, your bones are made of mush. Like, how are you still moving? It was considered like a space myth, but in that story, they actually exist, and it was very interesting. I was like, oh, I thought that would show up in the game somehow, and sadly, it doesn't. But I don't really see there being much of a sequel to this. The reception was not good. The game, was a horror game that was not scary. I honestly think the DLC was scarier than the main, like all of the main campaign. There are probably like a couple of little moments here and there, but everything felt like, okay, the hallucinations are really good. Like, that part of the story, which it wasn't a part in the way that I thought it was, because I'm like, well, he had hallucinations through the whole main campaign anyway, so I just thought it was more hallucinations. She was lying to him, but him losing, having the memory loss or whatever, it was like, okay, how is all this going to play out? Are we going to get like a random flashback of how we got to that location? What's going to happen here? So it was very interesting to see all of that kind of go through and play out. And then, of course, I've got it so much at the end here, but to have that end, and it's like they both just die. Like, it was like, oh, we're sending the information off. I just don't think it mattered. I mean, I guess it wouldn't matter if I was more satisfied with the ending anyway. I still don't think that would have made it, made it possible to get a sequel. I don't see that happening with this game, like, at all, which is unfortunate. And I honestly feel like Riot Mode is going to be the thing that if I do come back to it, maybe I'll try like that super easy mode. I'll probably give that a shot. But other than that, it's going to be the Riot Mode, because that's actually entertaining. I thought that was actually really fun. And maybe going through trying to do photo mode, it's definitely been a thing where it's like, man, I kind of annoyed with the photo mode, especially in this. Like, I literally just couldn't move the camera up high enough to get the thing that was like all spread out. And it's like, man, I literally can't just like go a little bit above his character. Like, it's hard to get cool shots when you have things like that. You can't utilize the photo mode in a way that really helps show some of the stuff of the game, because the game does look visually amazing. Base game as well, same thing. But And it's just like, it's kind of hard to really get a bunch of good stuff. Like you can do close-up shots all day on them. Like all those look fantastic. The shots of just Jacob and stuff like that, all that works for sure. But it's definitely like, man, photo mode doesn't really work for it. Going through is not like the most fun thing in the world. Gameplay wise, I mean, you know, like it's entertaining, and especially, you know, once you have all your upgrades, it's definitely more fun. And I think if the hammer actually is thrown in there, I'm not even gonna bother looking into it. If I'm being completely honest, I'm not gonna bother looking into that right now, because even if I did, I would have to go through the opening of the game to even find it out, because you don't get your weapons in the beginning. You still have to go to like the station, so you still play like 15-20 minutes of the game before you actually get all of your weapons back for New Game Plus. So they don't start you off with your stuff. You still play the beginning of the game exactly the same. The only difference is like when you get your baton, it automatically goes back up to the upgrade. So every time you get your stuff, it's upgraded, but you still have to go through with like just the crowbar from the opening of the game until you eventually get to the baton. And then when you get that, you go through the game with just the baton until you eventually get back to the point where you actually get your guns again. And it was like, man, I kind of hate this. Like that sort of sucks. Like, why can't I just start the game over and I just have my stuff? Dead Space did that too, where you technically don't get your New Game Plus stuff until you get to like the first bench. And I was like, well, that kind of sucks, because I'm pretty sure in the original Dead Space, like most things, you just start the game with your stuff. But it's like it's tied to like doing certain things within the campaign, so they would have to like rewrite things, and I wish they did, so you could just have fun right off the top. So I'm not gonna look to see if they even put the hammer in the main campaign, although I'll be honest, I highly doubt it. I highly doubt they did. I could be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong, because that'll actually make me more interested to play. Because if I can get the hammer and take that through the main campaign, I'll definitely do it. I will definitely do it just to see how different it feels to go through the campaign with a weapon that's so powerful that I can do, like, you know, area of effect attacks. I hope they add it into riot mode as well. I feel like that's a lot easier for them to do. Currently, I don't know development, but I feel like it is. All in all, though, I liked it more than the main campaign, which is really unfortunate. It actually felt like there was story there, even if the story ended up being not at all what I thought it was going to be, which was not an escape story. It was actually them just sharing the information, or her using his mind to transfer the information to Danny. That's very surprising. I don't understand why she had to like take his arms and his legs off to keep him alive. That felt weird. And I'm like, oh, he's messed up. And then like it was like, okay, he's dying because he caught an explosion or whatever. And then it's like, oh, so his arms and legs are gone too. Like that's real crazy. But that's how it ends. And then they both get crushed, and then that's it. Information is sent off, and there most likely won't be a sequel, so you just play it in your mind. Danny got all the information, it was sent to her, and then it was like, this is what happened, and then they took out the bad guys. That's the ending, because there's not going to be a sequel. And if there is, holy crap, that would be surprising. But the hallucination stuff, it's really weird. It's like a Dead Space 3 thing all over again, where the DLC came out and it was like, where was this? Where was this? Where was this the whole time? Granted, that was an EA thing, so you know that was EA that kind of did that to them. But the DLC came out and it was like, this is awesome. This is exactly what like old school Dead Space is, where there's a boatload of hallucinations. There's like one enemy following you all the time. You don't know when he's actually there, when he's not really there. All of that was really cool, and that's exactly how I feel about this. Where it's like the main campaign was fairly disappointing, especially story-wise. Like I was enjoying the gameplay and stuff, and the little incremental steps that they were doing, but then they tried to do like the lore dump at the end, which was really crappy. And also because there's so many similarities to Dead Space, it was like, it just kind of sucked, because it was just like, this feels just like Dead Space, but you don't get any of the actual story. It just made it worse. And so then the DLC comes in, you think you're like working towards an escape plan and figuring a way out to get out of there, and then it's like, no, you're just hallucinating the whole time. And then it's just getting the information out to Danny, which, like I said, even if I enjoyed the ending, I don't think it would make a difference. I would have preferred if the character lived and it was actually an escape plan where they both end up surviving, and then they escape and they have the data as well. So I don't think it really matters, but I do wonder if this was always their plan. And I feel like it would have to be, because the game didn't come out that long ago. So I highly doubt they made all of this just in the couple of months and then they like switched the ending up to kill him off to be like, okay, well, yeah, we killed him and then we sent the information off. I would assume that that was the plan the entire time, because the game didn't come out that long ago. You know, like I doubt that they just flipped the whole ending and made it that way. I'm sure that it's possible, but I highly doubt it. I feel like that was always their plan, because that just feels like something to completely switch that feels like it would take a whole lot of time. So I think that was their plan the whole time. It was like, yeah, we're gonna kill the dude off, and that's kind of the story. Danny leaves off, and then he ends up dying, and you get the hallucinations, all that good stuff. But it's weird. It was a weird way to do it. Personally speaking, I feel like it was a weird way to end things. But I don't know. Action was good. The hallucinations were actually fantastic. Like I said, I actually got scared in parts where it was mostly enemies running up on me super fast. But some of the, you know, the jump scares they did, the tension of like, oh, the hallucinations coming in, stuff like that. Like when we were doing the thing where we were going in a circle and we had to go backwards, I would have liked if we did get attacked in there at some point. And they half did that with the sub boss thing coming in. Like as soon as I walked through the door, it said like, you belong here, and I was like, well, this is a hallucination. And then, you know, the sub boss comes in, and then boom, it's gone. And it's like, man, I wish they did, like I said, I wish they did more of that in general, even before you got the hammer. Just, you know, make it 1 or 2 enemies, make it where, like I said, the body on the ground looks like a human, but it's actually a creature. Like when we walked into the one room, I thought it was all prisoners, and it was like, oh, they all got killed by this, you know, the security unit. That's what I thought happened. And it was because I just saw like 2 bodies, and I was like, oh, okay, it's all human bodies, and then they all popped up. That actually scared me, because I just thought they were all dead. And it was like, oh, it makes sense, because you literally go through the first like 10 minutes of the main campaign, the robots are just killing everybody. It was like, oh, this is just a room where everybody got killed, and then the robot somehow lost its arm, you know. So I thought that was a cool idea. They could have easily done that with hallucinations. Have it where it looks like a human, but it actually ends up being a biophage. Have it where maybe you think it's a biophage and you're gonna stealth it or something, and then he gets up to like stealth it, and then you realize like there's nothing there at all. Like he just stabs air. You know, it's hallucination. They could do like a million things with that. And so I felt that that was excessively underutilized, considering how good it was, the couple of moments they had. And it starts off early on too. That's the craziest thing. It starts off really early, considering it's, you know, it took me about 3.5 hours. And going through that, it's like, it started off great. It's like, okay, we saw his buddy, like, okay, that's a simple hallucination. And then you go to the chest. Oh, that's not really there. It's looping and looping. And then, you know, they had the other one where you see the random chest in the middle, and then a creature comes out of the chest, and it's like, this is crazy, and he's hallucinating, and it's not really there. And it's like, that's cool. Like they could have done that, like just those little bits and pieces. They could have done that a million times more, and I would have liked it a lot more. But I still enjoyed some of the scares that I got, because there were quite a few moments. Like I said, I feel like I got more in this alone, these 3 hours alone, actual moments where I jumped compared to the entire campaign. And that's crazy, because everything they did in the main campaign just wasn't scary. It was the same dumb jump scare where it was just the dude screaming in his face over and over and over again. And they totally could have done in the main campaign what they did here. Use the hallucinations well. Use them like Dead Space 2 did. They do it like that. I think when the hallucinations are in game, it's way more valuable. It's way more valuable. And so I like the fact that they did that. But ultimately, everything all wrapped up together, the DLC all together, I don't think it means anything. It doesn't really matter. It's not good. The game's not gonna get a sequel. I think that's just about guaranteed. Unfortunately, the game's not gonna get a sequel. But they did some cool stuff in this. They leaned more towards the action, but they actually had some scary stuff in it. That couldn't happen twice unless they actually did make a sequel and it was with Danny. But maybe the transfer was complete, but things still went wrong. Sure, go with that. And so, you know, she has hallucinations based off of all the information being transferred over to her. They could easily do something like that. But I don't think it matters if they want to, because I don't see this game really getting a sequel. There's no way they made enough money. So that's unfortunate. That's just unfortunate in general. Just, you know, a gaming thing. I just want, you know, all good, you know, all games to succeed. I want all games to be good. So, you know, they got to be good to succeed. But all in all, it was fascinating. Definitely fascinating. It's unfortunate that like this final piece, I do genuinely believe is better than like the entire campaign. I would much rather, if it was like play the campaign again or play the DLC, I'd much rather play the DLC again, because you have like the spooky stuff. Granted, 2 of the illusions don't do anything anymore, so it wouldn't play as well, I guess, because I would know that they're fake. So it was like, you know, doing the thing with the opening the box and stuff like that, and then, you know, going through the passage over and over. Both of those I'd be like, oh, I already got the answer, there's no big deal. But I think the enemy stuff would still work, especially with the security units coming in and just being as fast and menacing as they are, and definitely creepy looking. Great design for sure. So I think it could still work, plus it would be shorter, but also I would have a cooler weapon, because eventually I would get the hammer, so that would be fun. Even the little hallucinations that do start to pop up towards the very end of it would definitely still be entertaining. And I didn't really hit, as tough as the boss battle was, it wasn't nearly as ridiculous as the main campaign final boss. So it was definitely better. And even that, I technically ended up beating once I actually got reloaded with all the ammo. But, you know, it's kind of the same concept, just way, way simpler. And I'm curious now, because of the health bar thing, if they added that into the main campaign too for the final boss. But it's interesting. I would love to know your thoughts. For anyone that even remotely managed to make it this far, I would love to know your thoughts on the Callisto protocol in general, because it's weird and crazy. Definitely what you guys thought about this DLC. I would really love to know that, because it's just so interesting for a game that didn't do well to have the DLC come out, this, you know, the final transmission, and just, I mean, it's not gonna get a sequel, so I guess it doesn't matter. Like, there's nothing they can do next. They would have to have more money, and there's just some random generous benefactor would have to come in and do that. Like, Richie Rich would have to be dropping money for them to get enough cash to do Callisto Protocol 2, and that's unfortunate. Of course, a lot of people were hyped. It ended up being the game that it was. Definitely should have leaned more towards the action, because I genuinely, obviously the main campaign for sure was not scary. Should have just leaned more towards the action, add in parries, add in dodges and stuff like that. So they should have just done that, because I still think about that, like watching, you know, everyone does it in the videos where they talk about what the game was supposed to be, and then they'll show clips of Glenn Schofield like, we want to make the scariest game ever. I do genuinely have to wonder, like, no joke, what were they thinking when they were making the game, where it's like, oh, it's the scariest thing ever, and it's this and it's that. I have to wonder those things, because the game wasn't scary. When they're doing these jump scares, that's the same thing over and over, and it's just his buddy turning around and screaming like, oh man, he turned and screamed in his face again. Didn't see that one. Like, it's just weird. Like, what, there was no atmosphere or anything. There was like maybe one area in the whole game, and I think it was that spot where you're in the water and you think something's in the water, but then nothing actually ends up being there. Like, they show like a random trail swimming through the water, but literally nothing happens with that. You think something's gonna eventually pop out and get you, but nothing actually happens. You just go through that area and then that's it. So they don't really have a lot of areas where it's like the atmosphere gets you. They had that in this, in the DLC. There were moments where it was like, oh, this is really creepy. You know, like going through the circular maze and stuff. That's creepy. Having the hallucinations is creepy. Having stuff where you wonder, especially with the hallucinations, you wonder when's the next thing gonna end up happening, or something weird takes place. You know, what's gonna start to happen here. So, you know, as it was going along, they were doing a good job enticing me, I'd say. I don't know if I would say that they really wrapped it up very well. Mostly, and like I said, I think it's because of the fact that the ending felt a bit dissatisfying, because it's like, oh, he was basically just dead the whole time. He was, you know, in moments of just dying the entire way through. So that's very weird. So it was just like, I would have just preferred, like, why couldn't it have just been that, but they escaped? I just find that odd. They could still have transferred the data, or I don't know, like maybe kill him off and make an actual sacrifice of it, because I still have to wonder, it's like, so he just died, like after everything that he did, he just failed, like he sacrificed himself and then he actually just died and that was it. Like, they didn't have Sam Witwer in it, so they didn't reference anything about like the weird ending where like his face was there. It's like, so is he actually coming back? Is he not coming back? He didn't, so he's not. Weird. And maybe everyone died, I don't know. So it's just interesting, and like the way they were doing it, like her, I guess technically just lying to him the whole time. It was weird. Like, it just makes for a weird ending, where it's like she's like, oh, you know, just come on, like let's do this, and then having her like fake die it wasn't as cool, because it was like, okay, so he's hallucinating the whole time, and then it's like everything was a hallucination in a sense. So it's like, oh, it almost kind of bums me out, because it was like, oh well, it makes sense that he would have hallucinations. Sure, you could just poof, he lost his memory for half a minute, but it kind of made sense that he would have hallucinations because he had them already. And then for the whole thing to just be in his head, and then it was just like, all right, these are like the last vestiges of him going through and seeing all of the information of the surgeries and the like really dark experiments that they did, and then that just being sent off to Danny as he dies. I was just like, oh, well, that's kind of a bummer. And it also kind of sucks that the hallucination was more tech-based and not just like, I mean, I think it was, technically speaking, it was tech-based even in the main campaign, but definitely in a different way, because the dude was obviously alive and actually walking around. He had arms and legs. So I don't know, it's just weird to go through all of that, and then it's like, yeah, he was dead. He was basically dead the whole time. And it's like, all right. It just makes it feel extra weird. And I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but for me personally, it was just like, it just makes it feel extra weird that that's how they ended it, where it was like, no, he's dead. He dies. And he doesn't die like doing anything. He just he was dying the whole time as we were going through. And that's kind of why the hallucinations, I guess, were technically getting worse as, you know, it went on. It was him getting closer and closer to death. It was just like, it just felt unsatisfying to just have him be dead the whole time, because it's like, we go through the whole game, he does all of these impossible things, and then it's like, oh yeah, he got wounded at some point after the ending and was just all ripped to pieces, and that was it. And it just feels weird and unsatisfying, despite how unsatisfying the overall thing is as far as, you know, the main campaign and expectations, all that stuff. To end on that note feels oddly unsatisfying as well, because it's like, dang, you killed off the main character, and it wasn't, like, if he died at the end of the actual game, it would have been way better, because it's like, oh, he did a full-on sacrifice and he straight up died doing that. This was like, he just, like, he was all messed up, like from an explosion or something, and then did she chop off his arms and legs to put him on the thing to keep, that was how she kept him alive, just barely? That's weird. Like, it just seemed weird and crazy to me. So all in all, it doesn't really matter. It was fun to play. Ultimately, it was definitely fun. I loved the hallucinations. I can't get over how much that did something for me, because it was more than anything we got from the main campaign. It's hard not to be like, that was really fun, because I didn't experience that once, you know, during the main campaign, where I was like, oh, there's a hallucination. Let's experience that. Like, it just doesn't, it's all cutscenes, and they sucked. Because it was the same effing thing where someone screams in the dude's face. Jacob sees somebody, they scream at him. That's it. And this was like, wow, actual hallucinations. Enemies that aren't there mixed in with enemies that are. Fantastic concept. Fantastic concept. Great execution too, especially because it was like, it was scary because it seems like you're excessively overwhelmed, but it was also because you had a weapon that could deal with that sort of difficulty, because, you know, that specific weapon is way more powerful than the weaker enemies that you deal with. I also wish that you actually did go further with it. Like, they put you through that, and then you're right at the end. That also kind of sucked, because I was like, okay, we're gonna do this, and then she died, but then it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. Why wasn't she on the ship? So it's like, okay, there's got to be like an extra like hour or so is what I was kind of thinking, and that was not the case at all. We went through and got the couple of fuses, and then we fought a boss, and that was it. So it does kind of suck that after you get that, you actually get the hammer, you go through like almost, it was creepy because of the hallucinations, but it was also pseudo power trip mode, because the hammer is so much more powerful than the basic enemies that you could like just wipe them all out with the heavy attack, the area of attack, area of effect move. And so it was cool, but it was also still scary, because it's like, all right, well, which enemies are real, which enemies aren't, who do I actually focus on? It was all really well done. And then it was like, dang, I wish we got to see a bit more of that. You know, I wish that happened. Like the little stairwell of like him just walking down and all the voices, that was actually nice. I was like, okay, it's getting close, you know, obviously closer and closer to the ending. What's gonna happen? What will he realize? What is going to be the case? And then the case was like, oh, there's nothing to realize, there's nothing to reconcile, there's nothing to figure out. the dude's just going through a hallucination because he's basically he's just dying, and that's really it. And she's using his brain to transfer across space and time to somebody else so that she can have the secrets and then share them to basically tear down the super secret organization. And that was really it. And I was like, oh, that's why it felt unsatisfying. It felt like there was a excuse me, holy crap. There was a chance for a genuine like resolution that could work with them escaping, even if, like I said, no matter what the ending, this is it. They called it the final transmission. They could have called it the next chapter. It would have been the last chapter. It doesn't matter. It was the ending no matter what. But it's weird to me that that was the ending that they decided to go with, when they could have just done something more with the character. Like, everything that happened could have just actually happened, and then he could have died at the end, maybe making a secondary sacrifice, or maybe she could have the doctor, she could have sacrificed herself to be like, okay, like, you know, her even saying at the end, like, this is where I belong. It's like, we've all done bad things and stuff like that. That was, you know, the whole point of him kind of reconciling and figuring things out to try to be a better person. So he already did his sacrifice at the end. Maybe she could have done her sacrifice and actually saved him, and then he escapes, he tries to find Danny, and then they work together in the future. Stuff that we wouldn't see regardless of what the ending was that we actually got, like I said. But he's just dead, and it's like, dang, that's dark, but not in like a really satisfying way. It's just like, dang, they just killed him. After everything he went through, he just something happened and he died. He just got all left up, and now he's dead. And then they both got crushed because the prison fell apart, and then that's it. So, an odd ending, I'll say. Still like the hallucinations. Love the hammer. I hope they put it in riot mode. I hope they add it to the main campaign. But yeah, actually kind of fun to play. I actually felt fun to play. Like, there were moments where, you know, like us going through, me figuring out like, all right, do I go this way, do I go that way? During that segment where we're going through like a bunch of different doors, I was kind of waiting because it was so quiet. Like, it wasn't really meant to be atmospheric, or maybe it was, but it was definitely like, okay, there's like 2 enemies over here, and it's like, well, where's everything else? Like, is something else gonna hit me? Is something not gonna hit me? That actually did, you know, kind of help with the balance of anticipation, because you'd fight a couple enemies and then it's like, this is a really long stretch where I'm not doing anything. I'm not sure when to expect, you know, the shoe to drop. So that actually happened, which I feel like, once again, was something that I just never felt going through the main campaign. So they did stuff atmosphere wise that really worked, and it's like, where was that in the main campaign? So it sucks that you get that, where it's like, if this is what the main campaign was like, I think people would be like, okay, sure, the combat maybe people wouldn't have enjoyed, but it has, you know, some scares, it has the hallucinations where you don't know what's real, you don't, you know, what is and what isn't real, when you're going through a pseudo, you know, kind of time loop, you know, mind loop type of deal. All that stuff should have been in the main campaign, 100%. He was having hallucinations. Why didn't they think of any of that stuff in the main campaign? It feels so odd to me. It was right there. You were doing hallucinations, but you did crappy ones. It's weird. So that is the end. Those are my thoughts. All wrapped up, not so quickly or concisely, but those are my thoughts on the final transmission for the Callisto Protocol. And it definitely will be, because there's no effing way that this game gets a sequel. I just don't see it happening. I just don't see it. If it does, I'm definitely not gonna buy day one. Like, I will for sure, if somehow magically they get a sequel to this game, it will be something where I'm like, all right, this time I'm gonna wait for reviews. I'll see what happens, because I had faith in this, and it failed. Ultimately, it did fail. I mean, you can't even effing save the game and load the game, and it actually takes you to your save point. That might be different now. I'd have to play the main campaign for something like that to actually see if your manual saves actually save in that location, or if your manual save just takes you back to a checkpoint. What's the point of having a manual save if it just takes you to a checkpoint? That makes no sense. But yeah, it's an unfortunate disappointment, and it's also even more disappointing that you feel like this was where things were picking up. It really is like a Dead Space 3 thing where it's like, man, I enjoyed it enough. I would say I'd rather play Dead Space 3 over Callisto Protocol for sure, because Dead Space 3 is great, in like that opening segment in space for Dead Space 3 is fantastic. That's like classic Dead Space, which still makes you know all that EA influence and what they forced them to do, because it's like the opening of Dead Space 3 when you have like the little side missions where you can choose what ships to go through. That's Dead Space. That is 100% just classic Dead Space 1 and 2. Like, there's a ship that you go to where there's no oxygen on the entire ship. That's like one of the best things ever. You can't hear anything. You have to look around all the time and make sure you have oxygen. It's fantastic. And then you go down to the planet, and there's still some good stuff there. The start of the planet is good, where they're coming out of the snow and you can't see because of the weather. It starts off pretty good. And then it goes into like fighting more people and stuff like that. I mean, technically, you fight humans in the very beginning too. But it's unfortunate. Just had the same sort of thing, more disappointing than Dead Space 3, I would say. But the DLC did the same thing where I was like, I enjoyed that. Not so much some of the dumb issues like, hey, where the F are all of my weapons? That's annoying. So that was definitely weird. The combat definitely got to me a little bit in the beginning, being like, okay, I see now, you know, like hitting people and then they still swing through their animation. They finish their animation and hit me anyway. So yeah, I had to, you know, took a minute to get back in the flow of that, but all in all, is an interesting way to end things off. They killed the dude. He just got effed up at some point after everything we did through the whole campaign. That's why it always feels so weird when stuff like that happens. Like, that's what makes it feel so weird. We went through the whole campaign with this guy, survived impossible odds, and then it was like, yeah, at some point though, like right after the ending, he got effed up, and then the whole thing is actually just a hallucination. It's just a run through his mind as she gives him, like, feeds the information to his brain. That's why he sees all the locations, and that's really it. It's like, okay, I guess that's it. So I guess that's it. The Callisto Protocol, the final transmission. It is done. We'd love to know your thoughts on everything. Heck of an ending. But thanks for watching, everybody. I really do appreciate it. I'll be back with something far more entertaining, I imagine. So we'll see. I clearly need to get my music on there because I don't know what the F I did with that. So here you go, a random Resident Evil song to end things out. And a classic ouch.
Ouch!
Thanks for watching, everybody. We'll play something way less disappointing next time.